Good evening. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting for June 15th, 2026. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember Freely will not be in attendance. Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Welcome once again. Okay, so we'll now stand for the invocation, and then we'll follow by the pledge of the flag.
Amen. Such an honor to be here, Reverend Council and Mayor. Let us pray. Spirit of the living God, fall fresh on me. Spirit of the living God, fall fresh on everyone under the sound of my feeble voice. Dear God, it's once more and again that we pause just to say thank you. We thank you for this mayor and council, dear God. We ask that you would continuously bless them in their individual lives and their ministry as they've been called to serve this present age. And dear God, we ask that you just open up the floodgates of heaven and pour them out blessings upon blessings that they have no room to receive. Dear God, we ask that you bless the constituents, the residents of this great city. We ask that you let philanthropy efforts come from the north, the south, the east, and the west. And dear God, we ask that you allow this city to be a beacon light on a hill, that when people think of East Point, they think about prosperity, they think about unity, and your favor is upon them. These things we ask in the matchless name of Jesus Christ. As believers of God, we say amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I was representing the great church, St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, and I am Reverend Clark.
Thank you so much, Reverend Clark. And thank you. So tonight we have Captain Robinson for our Sergeant of Arms. Thank you so much for your service here tonight. So council, before you have the adoption of the council agenda for today, June 6, 2026. Do I have a
Madam Mayor?
motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. It's been moved in second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Approval of the city council minutes from January 1st, 2026. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. First up on the agenda today is the public hearing, and so I'm going to ask our city attorney to read the rules for tonight's public hearing, and then I will make a motion to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearings before the City Council on zoning matters shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. The presiding officer will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the City Council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote of the council, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided for each side, provided that the same amount of time is provided. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of the allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify him or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only on the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Thank you. Council, may I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, I move that we open the floor for a public hearing for special use permit for the location of 1577 East Taylor Avenue.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, and it's been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Madam City Clerk, staff, can they come up and do the presentation? Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council people. In reference to this item, the property is located at 1577 East Taylor Avenue, known as case number P2026U-001-04 and case number P2026VC-001-04. The case type is a use permit with concurrent variance. The applicant is Roberto Salvant. The property is zoned I2, heavy industrial, and the request is for a use permit pursuant to section 10-2137 for recycling center and processing plant with a concurrent variance for the distance to residential. The zoning as stated is I2, and it's surrounded by I2 properties as well. The future land use map designation is Town Center Sub-Area 1. The city envisions a pedestrian-oriented center of the community, including history, cultural, business, and neighborhoods that attract visitors and commuters and residents. Typical zoning districts for the Town Center Sub-Area 1 are residential zoning districts, along with our CR mixed use, our educational institutional, our CL, our office institutional, as well as our mixed use industrial commercial. Staff made a recommendation to deny the use permit for the recycling center, and if it is the pleasure of the council to approve, we did recommend 3 conditions, and I'll read those into the record. Condition number 1, applicant must adhere to all water and sewer commercial pretreatment requirements. Condition number 2, applicant must provide an operations plan for the intended use. Condition number 3, applicant must coordinate with the city to mitigate any noxious emittance being proposed for this development. Planning Commission did recommend approval of the use permit with staff's recommendations as read previously, and that is the end of our report. We did want to provide additional information that was asked at the work session last Monday. One of the questions was about the surrounding property owners for the public notice that is provided. Approximately 152 parcels lie within 1,000 feet. Per code, the applicant is required to provide public notification cards for every property owner within 1,000 feet. As shown on this map, you see a 1,000-foot buffer, and again, approximately 152 parcels was included in the 1,000 feet of the subject property. And this slide is showing the distance to the nearest residential. We did 2 examples. If you go to the west, the nearest residential is approximately 873 feet. And if you go to the east, the nearest residential property is approximately 676.9 feet. We just wanted to share that information since it was asked of us last week. And that is the end of our presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we will hear from those in favor of the project. Okay, you can come up, and I think can you set the timer to 3 minutes, please?
It's actually for 15 minutes for people for, and then 15 minutes for people for against.
Right, but it's 3 per person, right? It's 3 per person?
No, it's a running clock of 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure people, okay, so come up, please. Yes, can you turn on the mic and please state your name and address?
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Salvin. My address is 1210 Ling Way, Austell, Georgia, zip code 30168.
My name is Robert Solvent. My address is 1210 Ling Way,
Austell, Georgia.
Austell, Georgia.
So just like we had our meeting last week, we added a few of the notes that was asked of us when we were here. Secondary containment this is actually a restaurant here in East Point that it has its secondary containment. If you can see here, the secondary containment, it's still not maintained. They're asking from us to maintain it and add a grease trap to the building. This here clearly shows there is not a grease trap in the containment area. It just has a secondary containment. All we're trying to is prevent from this being at East Point. Like I said previously, this is how our containers look. This is how we would like for it to maintain on our contract. It states that it has to be maintained like this. Employment was one of the things that was asked from us as well. I did look some research. We would definitely be hosting like local job fairs. We want to put ourselves out there. If we do get approved to hire East Point residents. And then our license that was asked from us, we did get our FOG license, which is fat, oil, and grease. It shows you our license number. We did get approved on our license on May 1st of 2026. So we do have the license proper to be able to contain all the proper equipment to process and carry the oil that we are collecting. Want to add anything? And that would be it for us.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have any other people in favor for the project that'd like to come up and speak at this time? Okay. Next, we have those in opposition for the project. Do we have anyone in opposition?
Good evening, Marie Terry. I'm in opposition of it because when you say recycle, I'm so familiar with the recycling plant in Egan Park, S&S, S&A, Renewal. But to recycle grease, and I was raised in a restaurant, I used to run a restaurant. And if you don't have that grease trap right with the smell and the odor, I don't think we need that in the neighborhood area, not right now, until actually we investigate this just a little bit more. Because those recycling plants, and you're recycling old, smelly, odor grease. And there's no telling what else they'll be cooking with that grease. Because old grease really stinks. I don't think it should be put in a residential area. I would say no to this.
Thank you, Ms. Terry, for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak out for opposition to the project? Okay, hearing none. Council, do you have any questions or concerns at this time?
Madam Mayor, we would have to close the public hearing for that.
I just wanted to double check. So for the city attorney, can we just confirm that the questions from council would fall within or outside of the public hearing section of the agenda?
If it's discussion amongst the council, it would be outside of the public hearing. If you're asking questions of the applicant or a speaker, that would be part of the public hearing. So it depends on if you're asking questions to someone who has offered comments, or if you're talking about discussion amongst the council.
Okay, so there is no discussion amongst the council. May I have a motion at this time to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing for the case involving the use permit and distance requirement at 1577 East Taylor Avenue.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for the applicants, if you don't mind stepping forward. I know there was a concern, one of the residents, about just it sitting there on the property. So how long, once you take the grease from the different restaurants or wherever it is that you get it from, how long does it sit actually on your property before it's removed?
So it doesn't sit in our property no more than 24 hours.
No more than 24 hours,
Yes, ma'am.
so,
We collect it, we collect one of the containers which will hold 3,000 gallons. Once that container is full, we call the truck picks it up. Like I say again, no more within 24 hours, because again, we are a growing company. We have over 150 restaurants right now, so it's an everyday moving, going. Once that container is full, it will be collected through a 18-wheeler that will come in, collect it, and they dispose of it properly, and they do what they want with it.
So like I said, in Griffin, we have a processing plant. We already have a processing plant in Griffin. The only thing that we're looking to do right now for this property is storage. Just because we're all the way in Griffin and it's a far distance, and a lot of our contracts, we're driving 2.5 hours to 3 hours out. And so the only reason why we chose this location, because it's in the middle of everything. So everything from this location is like an hour and 20 minutes.
okay, so I know from the presentation that you guys did last week, there were the big silo containers, that's where the grease is stored.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And the one that you just showed, the black box with the yellow around it, now
That's in a restaurant.
that's in a restaurant, so that's
Yes.
what a grease trap looks like in the
No,
restaurant?
that's a oil container.
That's an oil container, I'm sorry.
Yes, the grease traps are actually on the cement, on your asphalt. When you pull up to a restaurant, you guys would normally see it says storage.
Grease trap?
It says grease trap, and then it says sewer. Those are the grease traps that they want under the ground.
Okay,
We don't do nothing with under the ground. We don't collect grease traps. We just collect used cooking oil, which is what you saw in the previous containers. This is what we open it, they only pour oil. No water, no fat, no nothing. All we are collecting is used oil.
okay. And there was a recycling thing, I think, where you put something in it, and
Just drain it.
explain that.
Yes, ma'am.
You talking
would
about
be-
this?
Yes,
Yes, so this is once,
It's a shaker, so all it's doing is separating all the settlement, anything that's in the oil, that's contaminating the oil, it separates. And it just puts all the liquid into one big container. And from that container, we're putting in fuel pipes into another storage container.
and this is pretty much what your operation would look like here?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Are there any
You're welcome.
more questions for discussion? Councilwoman Hemming?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may direct a question to the Planning and Zoning Director, please.
City manager, please.
Mr. City Manager, could you walk through the comprehensive plan and the future use land map and share with us the intention of a sub-area Center 1?
Thank you for that question. I'll have our planning and zoning director walk us through that.
Thank you. In reference to the question about the future land use designation for this property, as stated in our report, it is the Town Center Sub-Area 1, and as described in the comprehensive plan, this is a little excerpt from the comprehensive plan, which envisions this area as a pedestrian-oriented community center area for cultural and business and neighborhood attractions to attract visitors, commuters, and residents. Furthermore, the city does envision heavy industrial uses only where currently existing and with no new expansions. That's stated inside of the comprehensive plan under the Town Center Sub-Area 1. And as stated previously, the future, the typical zoning districts are the ones as stated. You asked the question about the comprehensive plan specifically and how it's made, or what was the question?
Yeah, could you help council understand like the vision of this document and how it should or should not inform how we are reading this application?
So the comprehensive plan is used by staff, and the intent is for the community to use it as a development tool, as a visioning tool of how they would like for the city to grow over a certain amount of years, typically from 10 to 20 years. We have to update ours every 5 years. So this document is very, very important. We use it. That's how we make analysis off of it. That's how we make recommendations. In this particular application, the I-2 zoning district is not a typical application because the vision is for it to grow into some of the items that I read out before. Community-oriented businesses, neighborhood attractions, and that sort of thing. That's what the vision is. And it does call out for the existing industrial uses that are currently there, that we're fine, the community is fine with those being there, but the intent is not to add any additional, because over time they want it to look like something else.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So is there anybody else, Councilwoman Mitchell? Councilman Mitchell?
Yes, just really quickly. So I was looking at the area where this business will be located. Is this in an industrial park?
It is in an existing industrial area. It is zoned I2, excuse me, it's zoned I2, which is our heavy industrial, and it's surrounded by heavy industrial. This property is the Snow King property, I believe, and it's right across the street from Ready Ice.
Mm-hmm. So it's currently zoned as I2 heavy industrial. That's what it's currently zoned as. So with the town center's sub-area plan and existing businesses are grandfathered in,
right?
I'm not necessarily seeing that turn it into a town center sub-area, if that makes sense, if it's like in an industrial park.
That's correct. So the intent and the vision for a comprehensive plan, an area may be industrial, which this area is industrial, but over time, the vision is for it to change.
Okay, but right now it's currently, they meet the zoning requirements, or what's allowable on
They
the
meet
property.
the zoning requirements, except for they are required to get a use permit in order to have the business that they're asking for. So that's what this application is requesting.
Okay, so really quick, as I read through this definition, pedestrian-oriented center of the community, including, I mean, I think that's optimistic. I would just, thank you, that's my questions for right now, thank you.
Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smith, can you go back to the slide? I think it's the distance to the west. Through that arrow, I believe that I see Main Street. So if the subject property is to the east and then it crosses over to the first residential home to the west, it crosses over Main Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other slide, I think, going to the east. And in this particular direction, The first residential property is, what neighborhood is that?
That's R.N. Martin.
I believe that if
Utility
that's R.N.
Works.
Martin, I think that would be Atlanta Utility Works, and so that's East Washington.
That's
That would then
correct.
be-
East
okay.
Cleveland area.
Yes, East
Yeah.
Washington. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to get clarification that to the west, the next major street is Main Street, and then going to the east, the next residential neighborhood is East Washington. I think that's all the questions that I would have for planning and community development. Mr. City Manager, the other question that I would have is around what happens if this grease gets into our infrastructure, our pipes? How does that then impact our infrastructure?
Well, I know that would be considered to be an illicit discharge. I'm looking for my Water and Resources Director, if she's in the crowd. She can give you more of a technical response.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So as to Redmond Jones, City Manager, is correct. If it's on the outside of the building, it would be deemed an illicit discharge that reaches our storm drainage system that can contaminate the nearest waterway or the watershed. If it's contained to the interior of the building with the commercial pretreatment ordinance that we do have, they will have to put some type of interceptor in the ground to capture any type of residual oils that may hit the ground into the drainage system before it hits the sewer system.
Okay, an interceptor. Okay. Thank you so much, Director Echeverria. Those are my questions. I yield. Thank you.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, Mr. City Manager, may I please speak to Director Smith? A couple of questions for you.
Yes.
And what I would like to know is, I know that Ready Ice is in the area. Can you give us a description of the other businesses that are in that area?
It's I-2, so it's surrounded by pretty heavy industrial type of uses. I know Ready Ice is across the street. The property that they're proposing to have their business is the old Snow Ice property, but it's surrounded by, I don't have the names of the businesses, but it is industrial in nature.
It is industrial.
Yes.
And what I've seen in industrial sites, which has taken quite a bit of time to do, is what the City of Atlanta has done with Chattahoochee Food Hall. They had a plan, and I imagine, when was the last time that our plan was done? You said it's done every 5 years?
The last plan that City of East Point adopted was in 2022.
2022. All right, so it's time for us to revisit the plan.
Next year.
But in your expertise, how long does it take vision to become reality? Because you'd have to zone this area to be the, what was a smart, what was it called? A walkable area. You'd have to remove what is there to get to the vision that you'd want to see, correct?
Yes, I mean, it could take decades to do.
It could take decades to do.
It could.
All right, and my last question was, I think that was my last question. So this area is zoned heavy industrial, and although this is a part of our comprehensive plan, it could still take decades to turn this into a coffee shop or some walkable area that is desired in the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to piggyback on some of the things that Councilmember Martin Rogers spoke of, in the City of Atlanta, they do have areas with heavy industrial and residential where they are together. Blandtown, which is on the Upper West Side, and the Armour Yards in the City of Atlanta. They also have over in Chosewood Park, where residents can actually go and they take, they recycle their household grease. That's Chosewood Park over in Peoplestown area, where they're doing this exact same thing. So there, I think that it is a possibility to bring, to actually have this to take place. And also, I know I think part of the heartburn was because the grease trap is not below ground. And the applicants have spoken of a lot of instances where the above ground, it does the same thing. I know one of our biggest concerns is to make sure that it doesn't go into the waterway and to go into our infrastructure. That's why those things are in place, to have that above ground, the wall that'll be built around it. They even agreed to bring it up higher than what it is. And then when we talk about where the location is, as opposed, closest to the closest homes, I think to the east or west, I don't remember which one, but one was like 698 feet and the other one was 893 feet. And I know for me, I can't equate that when I just think about that. So just think about a football field. So the one at 698 feet, that's 232 yards, which is equivalent to 2 football fields and a little bit more. The one that was 890 feet, I don't know if it was to the east or the west, it's 297. So we're talking about the distance of at least 3 football fields. So at least I can imagine, I know what a football field looks like. So as far as it being the proximity to current residents, it's quite a ways off. When we talk about what that footprint looks like, we know what development looks like in East Point, and it's pretty much non-existent. What we want to do is, I want to thank you all for, wanting to bring the business here, and I think we really need to do, if there are ways that we can accommodate businesses to make it work so that they can come here and thrive, I think we should do everything possible. There are some conditions that they're asking, there are some conditions that we're asking that they meet in order to bring this business here. And if there's any way possible that we can do it, I'm in support of this project as long as they are able, as long as they are compliant. I do know, because I know it came up last time, that you guys were operating and didn't have everything proper and in order. And no, if we're going to do a business here in East Point, we definitely want to make sure that it's done proper and in order. So if there were some things that needed to be taken care of, whatever, slap on the wrist, fine. I don't know what it is that was done, but okay, I don't know. That's not my wheelhouse. But the thing is, I just want to make sure that you guys are operating, proper and in order. So if we can all be on the same page to get this done, I don't have a problem with it, and I'm in full support of it. But I just want to make sure. I know there was concerns with our water and sewer director, and I know her thing was that it's done underground. But I have done, just from the research, just sort of looking, you can have an above ground grease trap as well. I know the concern is that it doesn't get into the infrastructure here, so we want to make sure that we do everything possible to make sure that that does not happen. So as far as things being taken, bringing that heavy industrial and residential, it is possible. It has been done. Just if you throw a rock, you'll be in the city of Atlanta and you'll see it being done in quite a few places. So those are my comments with regards to that, and I yield.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Caldwell.
Did you say me? Okay. Thank you. I had a couple of questions. I don't know if this is for the applicant or for you all, but I kind of wanted to get a sense of the timeline or the anticipated timeline that the business would be at this or in this location. Are you purchasing the property or?
So right now, we're currently renting the property. If we get all the approvals and everything, my team is actually ready to go within 6 months to have it fully developed and built. And that like I said, my lease is 3 years. I've only been there 7 months since we've been renting the property. It's been 7 months, but our landlord is willing to have my lease being continued. Because again, he sees the potential in my company of growing.
Okay. And this may be a question for the city manager based on the future land use. Do we see any type of plans, development happening in this area within the next 3 years that align with that comprehensive plan?
At my, excuse me, to my knowledge, we don't have any applicants that have expressed any other type of use at that property location.
Okay, Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate what this organization is trying to do, and I just wanted to share with the community that I wouldn't be able to support this variance request, primarily because this community where this is situated is the East Washington community, and it's one of our oldest neighborhoods in the city. It's also one of the first historically black areas in the city. And so although there might not be current opportunities that are coming into the community, if we keep deciding that we're not going to think about what the community could look like and should look like, we'll never get there. So I respect and appreciate the business that you're offering, but there's a reason why cities invest in the future. And I believe in the East Washington community, and putting this in their community does not align with where I think this community should go. So I unfortunately would not be able to support this.
Okay, and just for clarification, this is for a use permit, not zoning, is that? Okay, just wanted to make sure that we were clear for that. It's for use permit, not zoning. Councilman Mitchell?
Yeah, this is for the applicants, real quick. I know you guys mentioned the lease. You said it was a 3-year lease?
Yes.
And I saw during your presentation, you already have your equipment in there?
So that's our shop in Griffin. That's how it looks. That's
Okay.
how we're trying to convert the shop here in East Point to look as well.
How far along are you with that, or?
So right now, we only have containers in there.
You said this is mainly for storage?
Storage, yes, just storage. Right now, so on our application, it says storage, processing, both of them. As of right now, we would just be storage. Once our storage setup is complete, that's 6 months, and then the processing would be about in a year and a half.
Meaning, right now, we only have, there is no heat element into anything.
Okay.
Everything is just storing. There is nothing heating up, cooking, or nothing like that. It's just stored, goes into trucks, and goes to our plant in Griffin, where that's where it gets heated and processed and separated.
And Mr. City Manager, you said there are no other applications for this property, or?
That is correct, to my understanding.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I just
So-
got the nod from community development, so I'm confident that there is no other application.
Yeah, so this is to my colleagues. You know, I kind of love to support investors. Instead of it being vacant for the next 20 years and us not collecting any type of revenue for this property, it sounds, you know, it's already an industrial park with way more hazardous things, I believe. I just want us to think about that. Instead of it sitting there vacant, and we have already ice and every other heavy industrial plant around this, I don't see
We have
why.
a scrapyard there too.
A scrapyard too. So it's just something to sit about. So, you know, cities, we need money. I know this isn't going to be all of the money, but I'd rather do something with it than let it be vacant, I would say. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
And just one more question for the planning and zoning, planning and community development. Right now, the application is for a use permit, and it is zoned so that this business can currently operate in this area because of the way that is zoned, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this, if, as we're going through the zoning rewrite process or whatever, if we change at any point in time, does that business and the operation of that business get grandfathered and zoned in with that?
It would not impact this
It would
particular
not impact.
application.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. That's the only question that I had for clarity. Thank you, but it is, thank you so much. It's zoned for it, but thank you. Council at this time? Okay, so we have, you have a question?
Yes. Yes. Director Smith, I think the question was that the applicant was just seeking a use permit. I thought there was a.
They're seeking a use permit with the variance for the distance to residential.
Two entitlements, right? One is the use permit and one is the variance because of the distance. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Okay. That's me. All right, so we don't have any more questions from council at this time. So we will call for the vote. All those in favor?
What if we have,
I'm sorry.
I think we have to wait the first reading, but I would like, I guess this is the first reading, correct?
Council, what at this time, I'm asking for clarification on what's on the record. From my understanding, we were in the motion, we're in the motion to open, or we're in the motion to discuss the,
I believe
just
we're in the
confirm?
motion to close the public hearing, so I think it's
Right.
at the point to take a vote on closing the public hearing, and then you would move on to considering waiving the first reading.
We never take a
okay.
vote.
Okay, so we still have to close the public hearing. Okay, so do we have, thank you, do we have a motion on the floor to close the public hearing?
So moved.
This has been moved in second. So all those in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mayor, but who seconded that? I heard the, who
Want to do a
seconded
roll
it?
call?
Yeah,
I heard
Originally, it
Councilmember
was
Atkins.
Atkins.
Atkins, he motioned
and
it.
then Mitchell seconded.
Mitch, okay, I just couldn't hear the second. Thank you.
Okay, so we have voted to close the public hearing. And do we have a motion now to waive the first reading? Okay, do we have a motion to, do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a motion on the floor to approve or deny the case before?
Madam Mayor, we have to waive, if there's a second reading, we have to wait. So I think that died from lack of a second, so we have to wait one more reading.
Correct. There was no one motioned to waive the first reading, so this means this will automatically move to the next meeting for a second read of the ordinance, and then you can take action after the second read at your next meeting.
Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
clarification. Okie dokie. Do we have a motion now? Oh, so now we're moving to the adoption of the ordinances.
We don't do that because this is disposed of. We've just.
I'm sorry, the city attorney, we have on our agenda tonight the adoption of the ordinance, and so items number 2 and 3.
Correct. So items number 2 and 3 do not require a second read. Items 2 and 3 only require the public hearing this evening. And since they don't require 2 reads, you don't need to make a motion to waive the first reading. You can take action on those items because they do not require a first and second read. They only require 1 read.
Okay, so at this point, we will take a motion, the next item is council discussion and possible action on alcohol license name change / new owner Texaco Food Mart.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Lieutenant Trimble from the East Point Police Department. Before you is a request for a retail alcohol license submitted by new owner Murakam Khan for a Texaco located at 3155 Camp Creek Parkway. The applicant has completed the alcohol license application and submitted all required documentation. The police department has completed its review of the application, including the required background investigation, and determined that the applicant is in compliance with the city's requirements. Staff has also verified that the applicant meets the city's licensing requirements, including zoning and business requirements. Based on the completed application and the results of the background investigation, staff recommends approval of the retail alcohol license for Texaco. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have a motion or any discussion, any questions?
Yeah.
Are we?
If there's no questions for the officer, then this does require a public hearing under your ordinances. So we can have a motion to open the public hearing, and then I can review the rules for this public hearing, which are different from a zoning hearing, and then we can proceed with the public hearing.
Okay, do we have a motion to open the public hearing for the ordinances?
So moved.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we are now open the public hearing.
So council,
For anyone that wants, go ahead.
This is a public hearing on a non-zoning matter. The rules for a public hearing on a non-zoning matter are that those in favor will have a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will also have a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker. Residents will be given first priority to speak. After residents have been given the opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak.
So do we have anyone here in favor of the possible, the alcohol license and name change for Texaco Food Mart? Okay, do we have anyone here in opposition? I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, sir. Thank you. What's your name and, go ahead.
The name is Khan.
Okay.
He's the applicant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're in favor?
She's asking, are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there, I have to call for opposition too. Is there anyone in opposition of the item number 2?
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to get an understanding. Possible action, name change, new owner, Texaco Food. Where is the Texaco? I mean, I know I need to ask you a question, but where is it located at? It's not on here. About where is the Texaco Food located? What area is that in? I don't see an address on that. And then I'm trying to figure out, I mean, if he is at the Texaco Food Mart, each and every time I see this, they always want to change the name. Changing the name all the time spells. I'm not saying they shouldn't come to the city and do business. I'm not saying that. It's just that something hit me, a name change. The owner, new owner want a name change, but is that same owner going to be in that business? Or is I'm not getting it, maybe I'm not understanding, but you're going to change the name, but you're still going to be there. What's the purpose of changing the name? Is he actually the new owner? Is he actually going to be there? What's the purpose of changing the name, but you're still going to be there? What's the purpose of changing the name, but you're still going to be there? What's the purpose of changing the name? Is he actually the new owner? Is he actually the new owner? I don't get it. I'm so sorry, you guys, but I need to know if that actually the new owner, call me dumb, call me whatever you want to call me, but I need to know that each and every one want a name change, alcohol license, name change, new owner, cruise lounge. What's with all these name changes and changing, and they almost sound like LLCs. So I just need to know. I'm not liking that. I'm not wanting that.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in opposition of the case before us? Okey doke. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay. So at this time, we will close the, I'm sorry.
Motion to close the public hearing, and then you can take action after the public hearing has been closed.
Okay. Do we have a motion to?
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Council, do we like to move forward with a motion?
I'll make a motion to waive the first reading.
Second.
Okay.
First reading is not required. on
Okay,
this,
cool.
so we just need a motion on the actual action
Yeah,
item.
so we can call it a vote?
Yes. I have a motion for the vote.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the license name change for new owner for the Texaco Food Mart on Camp Creek Parkway. Lieutenant Trumbull, what is the street address?
It's a new owner. The owner from 2025 did not renew, and this is a new owner for the location. Name change, not the name change of the Texaco business itself.
It's the new owner, yes. Not the name of the establishment, but the owner.
Just the
And that's
owner.
located at 2025 Camp Creek Parkway, correct?
That's 3155 Camp Creek Parkway.
3155 Camp Creek Parkway. Madam Mayor, my motion is to approve the name change, new owner at the Texaco Food Mart located at 3155 Camp Creek Parkway.
Okay, do you have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. All right, now we will open the floor up for the number 3, council discussion and possible action on alcohol license name change / new owner for Crew Lounge.
Madam Mayor, I move that we open the public hearing for this agenda item.
I'm in.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes,
What's
I'm
your-
in.
We have to
No.
have a motion. What do you?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we approve the alcohol license name change, new owner for Crew Lounge.
I think we have to have a public hearing first.
Correct.
I had made a motion for the public hearing, which has to precede that.
Do we have a second for the public hearing?
I'm going to rescind my motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We are now open for the public hearing for the council discussion and possible action for the alcohol license name change / new owner for Crew Lounge.
All right, before you is a request for the consumption on premises alcohol license submitted by new owner, Danikia Morel for Crew. It's located at 3271 Camp Creek Parkway. The applicant has completed the alcohol license application and submitted all required documentation. The police department has completed its review of the application, including the required background investigation, and determined that the applicant is in compliance with the city's requirements. Staff has also verified that the applicant meets the city's licensing requirements, including zoning approval and business license requirements. In addition, staff review found no ownership or business relationship between the applicant and the previous owner of the establishment. Based on the completed application and the results of the background investigation, staff recommends approval of the consumption on premise alcohol license for Crew. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there anyone that is in favor of the alcohol license name change / new owner for Crew Lounge? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who is opposed to the alcohol / name change, new owner for Crew Lounge? Okay. Questions from council? Councilwoman Martin Rogers. Okay, may I have a motion? No questions from council? Councilwoman Hemming?
May I ask a question of the speaker?
Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm just asking, you have questions or you have discussion? I'll just close the public hearing. May I have a motion to close the public hearing, and then you can make your discussion?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Hemming.
It's okay. Trimble, I just have one quick question for you. So the background review, I think you stated in your comments that there's no legal relationship between the previous owner and the new owner. Could you tell me a little bit about how that process works and how you check that out?
Normally with the application, what we do is we require the applicant to list any other ownership as far as the individuals. And we also check the previous applications in reference to who's been the applicant at those businesses as well. And we base it off of the information that's provided from the current applicant and the past applicants that we've had.
And so do you check with the state or anything like that just to confirm that the business okay.
Yes, that's part of the background process.
And then this question is for the city attorney. This property has an outstanding debt obligation to the city. And so I was reviewing the code of ordinances and trying to understand what that looks like and how that is resolved. The two different sections that I looked at was obviously the one related specifically to alcohol, but also the section related to utilities. Could you explain to council how, whether or not that outstanding debt obligation should have any impact on the decision that is current before us?
The outstanding debt obligation, unfortunately, should not impact the current application. There are collection procedures in your ordinances and under state law as to how you would collect any past due utility bills, occupation tax, or things of that nature. The only type of utility account that puts a lien on the property is a water bill. And this is, my understanding is in this case, it's an electric utility bill, not a water bill. And in that situation, it only puts a lien on the property, which again would not affect this process. It would affect the sale from one owner to another if there were a water lien. But this isn't a water lien, and so it can't affect this process.
Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you, Attorney Hartley. I believe that was discussed at length at the work session. Right now, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the alcohol license name change, new owner for Crew Lounge.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Thank you so much for your presentation, sir. May I have a motion to close the public? Nope. Did we close the public hearing? I'm sorry. Did we didn't close the public hearing on this. Okay, we did. Great. Okay, so now we're going to public comments. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment form available at City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk by 6 p.m. through 6:25 prior to the start of the meeting. Subjects may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided the speaker given his or her form that he or she shall give all or part of his or her time up to the 3 minutes of another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves in their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point's residents will have priority over the speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for this public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may also address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individuals out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, do we have speakers this evening?
Yes, ma'am, we have 6 public comments today. Up first, we have Mr. Greg Fan.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Mayor and Council. I am a resident of the city of East Point, have been for the last 28 years. I served where you're sitting now. I'm so disappointed. And the reason I'm disappointed is because I said the last time I was here previously, this budget ain't no budget. I've never seen a budget like this budget. Never. Y'all look at me. I'm talking to you. You see, I've never seen a budget look like this budget before. You guys, on one hand, you say you're in deficit spending. The next hand, you want to give raises to yourselves, raises to the manager, on the backs of the taxpayers. On the back of the taxpayers. You work for us. We never did that. Because you know what you're doing? These individuals behind me and the ones that's viewing and listening, if you go up and do what you're doing now with a deficit spending, you're already talking about your guy and giving raises, you know what you're doing? You're going to have to raise the millage rate. And when you raise the millage rate, you know what? Every person that's a homeowner in this city, including you, your mortgage is going to go up because your taxes are going up. So think about what you're doing before you do it. Think about what you're doing before you do it, because you're hurting the people who elected you to serve you. I said the last time, anybody who voted for this, you ought to be fired. 1, city manager. 2, because he ain't did a good budget. 2, you ought to leave office because you're not doing your fiduciary duty and responsibility. The GBI need to investigate this budget, and some of y'all may need to be recalled because you're not doing what you need to do. You're not looking out for us. You're looking out for yourselves. God bless you. God bless your family, and God bless America. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Eddie Lee Brewster.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I got 2 concerns. 1847 Stanton Road, the Hillcrest community. The utilities, the lights go out there often, and they went out about 3 weeks ago. We inquired about why the lights were off, and we found out that the city cut the lights off because the management had not paid their utility bill. The problem with that, the residents in Hillcrest, they pay their rent as part of their utility payment. So I'm asking you to consider adopting an emergency ordinance where the city would never cut off a senior residence property because their management have not paid their utility bill. We had a lot of people there, they were on machines. A couple people had to be hospitalized because they could not get their medicine properly. So the city could really deal with the management and don't have the residents who are many seniors suffer because the management of those properties did not pay their utility bills. And my number 2 concern, tomorrow East Point has a good opportunity to help do something to help seniors and others by re-electing Chairman Rob Pitts as our chairman. I'm encouraging everybody to go to the polls tomorrow and vote to re-elect Rob Pitts, chairman of the Fulton County Commission. Rob has been in office for 50-some years publicly. There has not been a scandal, no sexual, no financial, anything with Rob Pitts since he's been in office. So let's re-elect Rob Pitts, our chairman.
Up next, we have Mr. Corey King. Corey King, he's walking up.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I'm trying to find out the status of a settlement from the Attorney Office, a date and time. I talked with the Ethics Committee, and they said go to the Attorney Office, and every time I go over there, the Mayor Office don't answer the door, or someone comes to the door and says the Mayor, not the Mayor, the Attorney are not there, and she not available. Now I need to see what's going on with the Attorney, why she not giving him a call back or an email back.
All right. Thank you for your comments, sir, and your questions. We will need to, did you send an email, and you sent the email, you weren't getting any responses, right?
Correct.
Okay. We have made note of it, and can you give us your name again, please?
Corey King.
Okay, Mr. King.
Case number brought in 2015 against the city of East Point.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
All right.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Jackie Slaughter. Ms. Jackie Slaughter.
Good afternoon, Council. I still say you need to talk louder so the people out there can hear you. Y'all act like y'all are afraid of the mic. I'm up here about one thing. First of all, this budget that y'all have is a bunch of BS. I'm gonna just say it like that. Second, how are you gonna do a budget when y'all says you're allowing this much for the city manager and he get $13,711,000 in his budget? We've never had a city manager that made that much. Our charter says manager, deputy manager, and a executive secretary. You want to go further than that? I will take you to court. And I promise you that. Because the citizen in East Point is tired of robbing. Y'all robbing. We don't mind paying our fair share. But y'all know 68% of the people in East Point is over the age of 65 and living on Social Security. What are you trying to do to run them out of their home? They moved to East Point because it was inexpensive. If they wanted to live in Atlanta, they'd have stayed in Atlanta. I moved out of Atlanta to East Point in '74. And I was making good money working with the city of Atlanta. Y'all need to think about the citizen when y'all start voting on what y'all gonna do. The mayor this manager got $711,000 in his budget for what? Our charter says manager, assistant manager, clerk. Violating the charter. And when it's filed, every one of y'all gonna be held responsible. And I promise you, it will be filed within the next 9 months. So y'all need to start thinking about what you're doing. Second, why is he got so much money in his budget? But you can hire and fire and got a piece of accounting. I took your budget home to my son who have a PhD. I said, Courtney, look at this. He said, Mama, I have more money than this working with Publix as a district manager. This is junk. Junk. It tells you nothing but how he gonna spend your money. Now, my money. But before he spend my money, I'll sue him. and the city. So y'all need to be thinking about cutting him loose. Yeah, he got a clause in there. Probable cause, you got probable cause. He's not notifying y'all of nothing. Second, he have not notified the citizen of nothing. A budget, our charter said, the public have a right to know what's in the budget before you issue it. And it have to be announced in the newspaper. Y'all need to think about it. Because y'all can end up paying big fines out of your pocket, and I'll help you pay it. Because I'm not giving you nothing out of mine. I can live off what I make. Same way about doing away with preferred billing. Do you know 65% of these people is on fixed income of Social Security? That's the reason that fixed utility bill was set up. Because they get the first, that's income, that's Social Security, first, second, and third Wednesday. That way they have a choice of what they, every month, what they want to pay it. We had no problem for 8 years with them paying it on time. We never came up short. Every month it was paid on time. Every month we was able to pay. I was MEAG representative. I discussed with MEAG, not the manager. The council talked to MEAG. The council talked to MEAG. They represent you. Y'all can call them in here and they'll sit down and talk to you. Because that's what we used to do. Once every 3 months, bring them in here. Every year in November, I went to MEAG representative to see what was going on. Y'all better start doing your job, because y'all going to end up in jail, or this be your first term. You be impeached. Thank you.
Lastly, we have Ms. Ernestine Pittman, who has time given to her by Ms. Terry, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I want to talk about whose budget is it? The role of Mayor and Council: to study the city manager's budget and decide what to keep, amend, cut, or add. To do this, Mayor and Council will need to vote item by item. Once this point is done, change is added to the budget. We demand transparency. You vote on a block budget, what's in it, you slide this I didn't know in it. No, that budget is now your budget. The city manager has said what he needs in order to run the city services and provide for them. It is your job, Mayor and Council, to decide whether to cut, add, or amend. The Mayor and Council members' personal budgets are done the same way. Their budgets, by state law, requires all expenditures to be directly connected with your jobs. That does not mean having lunch with a developer and the city manager in a hotel downtown and we paying the parking ticket, Senator Atkins. An ordinance should be written to include the salaries of the mayor and council members. That too is determined by the state. Any health care benefits that city employees get, including pension and Social Security, you are eligible for. Travel, training, education with GMA and NCL, National League of Cities and Georgia Municipal Association, based on the charter and any other governmental organization that mayor and council vote to join that provides information services to the city. Now, you can belong to those. You can go to conference and convention. Anything outside of GMA and National League of Cities and the Southwest Municipal Association, I ain't heard of it. No unemployment benefits are given to elected officials, so no workers' compensation should be in their budgets. That's padding the budget. I looked at it. You don't receive any, you're never off the job. You're always on it when you're off. You're going to get salary set pay whether you here or not, which is ridiculous that these two here are constantly absent and getting paid. All expenses charged or reimbursed by the city must have itemized receipts. I'm working on this ordinance with you. You may not want it, but as a council member, former mayor, activist for all but 16 years of my life, this is my city. I've been here 53 years. Activist 53 years, not about to quit. And I looked at this pathetic statement here from from ECG. They had every right to say they are not going to do a rate study until after the budget has been adopted. We are already paying a PCA and an ECCR. Those two items together generates more than $5 million a year for the reserve that's supposed to be in the MCT account, Metropolitan Competitive Trust. We started that account. That money comes from the electric utility. Then you look over on the back, you want to transfer $5,946,013 to balance the budget from the electric utility, and you want to increase the utility rates? Are you out of your minds? Where is the data? I was appointed to the Municipal Utility Advisory Council. That was my contribution to the charter review. I know what it is about. No council has ever written an ordinance creating that advisory commission. I sent out an email stating this. So once we get an ordinance created, we can meet. But I'm not waiting to meet. I know the electric utilities. I don't go to the city. I go to the Board of Trustees, which is not MEAG. Every day, the city of East Point sells electricity on the open market that we are not using. They also have contracts with individual cities and businesses. That money goes to MEAG and put in our MCT account. When we made the last rate study, that $5 million reserve was above the reserve already stated in the rate that covered operations and maintenance. Now, with all these other apartments and subdivisions that have come up since then, they all, by law, here in East Point, have to be electric. Unless you're a business 500 feet from a boundary line, Georgia Power has that, and that's by state law. So when you come and you're talking about these rates, you better have your data, which we do not have and you do not have. Where are the electrical data, financial data for the past 2 years to show where the operations and maintenance of the city was there? You don't have it. Get it. That's why I voted to give up one vote to overrule a veto in order to create the Municipal Utility Advisory Board. They did not write an ordinance when I was mayor because they said, we don't need to, you're already doing that. But there would come a time when I was not doing that. And that time has long since passed. We don't need an electrical rate, and you need to know how much money is in the MCT account. I'm going to sit down after this. August the 25th, 2025, there was $6 million, Stormwater had $6 million some dollars in it. Now I looked at the budget. They're only supposed to generate $1.3 million. There is no way on God's green earth that any tract of land in East Point that's already paying stormwater fee has been cleared so that only grass is going there. Where is that other over $800,000? You all don't know what I know. I keep up. I am known as she who will be heard will find the data, and according to state guidelines, if we don't get our finances in order with this budget, we're looking at receivership. I'm already getting the letter together. I was doing a writ of mandamus. But if you all don't do something about this $20,000 a month city attorney that you know is in violation of the ethics ordinance, you can't violate ordinances and then tell the residents you have to abide by them. You can't pick and choose. Now you need to do something about that. Good night.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you to the public in the comments, and I will move on to council comments at this time. Unfortunately, I can't see on my screen, so I'll have to rely on my eyes tonight. I'll just start from left to right, that's okay. So Councilwoman Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone that came out this evening live, and for those that are viewing online via live stream. So I just want the residents to know, first of all, we have not voted to give ourselves a raise. Our salary as the members here on this diocese is $16,000. It's not 43 that's in the budget. There are some other items that they do have in there, but our salary is $16,000. And just as former Mayor Pittman noted, the thing that is allotted in there is $1,800 for our supplies. And we do have a line item for our education and travel. But we have not voted for a raise. And to also speak on the budget, yes, the city manager has given us his proposed budget. And there are quite a few of us here that do not agree with it. And we are making the necessary changes to that. So know that there is something other than what's out there now. We are going to, there are some adjustments that we are requesting be made. And my next thing is I would like to ask that you all lift the family up, family and friends for firefighter Juan Antonio Smith. For those of you who may not know, he was a firefighter in Rockdale County that lost his life in a line of duty accident on the 12th. And as you know, I'm a firefighter for the city of Atlanta, and he is a part of that brother and sisterhood. So I just ask at this time that you all lift his family up. Young man, 26 years old, newborn baby, has a baby on the way. And so again, I just want you all to lift his family up in prayer. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Mitchell.
Yes, thank everyone so much for their comments. I would like to thank Mr. Eddie Lee. He did bring something to my attention, and I might have a question or two for our city manager. He spoke about the lighting situation or electric situation in Hillcrest. And my question is, I thought we already had a no cutoff ordinance for certain facilities like that, or something like that in place.
I'll look into that. I don't know, I don't believe that is the case, but
Okay.
I'll check into it.
It was my understanding, where even in households that require special equipment, like breathing machines and things of that nature, and I would assume somewhere in Hillcrest, someone should be relying on that. So I just have my own concerns if there's any liability there, or I would just like more details on that if you could. Thank you.
Councilman Mitchell. I'm sorry, were you finished? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Atkins.
Thank you so very much, and I just want to thank all the citizens who came out to speak this evening, and I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Cummings. It is not my understanding that there are any raises in the budget. I think that the line item that many of the residents talked about for city managers, the city manager's office, and not for the city manager just as himself as an employee. And then also, of course, to echo the sentiments and the words of Councilmember Cumming, our salaries are just $16,000. In the budget, there is a number that is in aggregate, which includes the items that she spoke about, but also those things that if some council members elected to take insurance, they're able to do those things. And so all those numbers were rounded up in aggregate. But we have not voted for any type of increase for us as a council, and I just wanted to echo those sentiments and statements. So thank you. Madam Mayor, I do have two things I wanted to mention. I know that our city attorney is coming later, and I thank Mr. Hartley for being here in her stead. She was going to talk this evening about the East Point Exchange. I know that there's another document that's coming before this body, and I know that our staff and city manager, the fire department, and public works has been working with the developers on that path and the route, and they've gone through great lengths to make sure that they're able to save some specimen trees on that site. They wanted to make sure that emergency vehicles would be able to traverse the site safely and within standard, and so they've done those things. And now I think the attorneys have it, dealing with some air right issues and maintenance and all of those things. And so I think that that will come before us when the city attorney is complete with those things. The other thing that I would like to mention is Councilmember Ziegler and I are sponsoring our end of summer Ward B block party, and we're doing that in partnership with Beyond the Hard Hat, and we partnered with them last year, and we did almost 200 backpacks full of school supplies. We're planning to do this on Saturday, July 25th at Bryan Park, and this will be an opportunity for kids to come out to get backpacks and free school supplies and a number of other things, and also we hope to learn of fire safety. And Mr. City Manager, we'd like to use Bryan Park, and I think I have to put that in the form of a motion. If my colleagues would be willing to allow us to use Bryant Park for that day, for that end of summer block party, I would greatly appreciate it. That would be my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion has passed. Thank you. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you. I have received communications discussing a lack of trust on this council. Before questioning the trustworthiness of others, perhaps someone's own conduct should be examined, especially when one has engaged in private conversations and emails with the city manager about budget priorities, realignment plans, the mayor's budget, vendor preferences, and other matters of public importance, while requesting that it not be shared with fellow council members. That is not collaboration, that is not transparency, and it creates a dangerous crack in the foundation of this governing body. Since October, council members have received letters, emails, and documentation raising concerns regarding the administration of this city. The record exists, the questions exist, the concerns exist, yet some continue to resist even the most basic level of independent review. Accountability is not personal, oversight is not retaliation, transparency is not optional. We were elected to ask difficult questions, demand answers, and protect the public's trust. If we are unwilling to investigate credible concerns involving direct reports, then we are failing in one of our most fundamental responsibilities as elected officials. On June 8th, a motion was made to investigate the allegations involving the city manager. What concerns me most happens at the 26-minute mark. In that meeting, 2 members can be seen leaving the meeting after the motion passed, and a 3rd member has sent email after email going against the vote of that motion. The question residents should ask is simple. Why would anyone oppose an investigation? Accountability should not be feared, and transparency serves the public interest. Please, Madam Clerk, please make sure these are verbatim minutes. And I will also add the documentation to my public comment that council has been receiving since October to verify these public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. So first, I want to make an announcement of the Ward D community meeting. It will take place Saturday, June 20th, starting at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., and it will take place at Fire Station 3, which is 3800 North Commerce Drive. I also want to thank all of the residents for coming out and speaking out, providing sentiment about the budget. One of the things that I noted tonight from Ms. Pittman is we as council need to vote line item by line item, and this helps us to make suggestions as to what to cut, add, or amend. And unfortunately, because of the current budget with consolidated line items, we haven't been able to do that. So, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion. I move to direct the city manager to prepare and present a revised budget that eliminates consolidated budget line items and instead provides a detailed, itemized breakdown of expenditures for the mayor, city council, and all city departments. The revised budget should clearly identify individual expense categories and amounts so that council and the public can fully understand how funds are being allocated and make informed decisions during the budget process.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, discussion. My apologies. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, we can come back to the discussion. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? So, we voted. Councilmember Atkins asked for a discussion in the middle of that motion. So what is the next procedural step that I need to do so that?
So any motion and second that's made is subject to discussion, supposed to be before the vote. So I think if Councilmember Atkins asks for it, he should be entitled to make some comments. Obviously, the vote has already happened, but I still think he could be entitled to make his comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Caldwell, for that. I just have a question of the city manager. I know that the version of the budget that we have now is a great improvement of what we had before. There were lots of line items that were presented in aggregate. Many of those have already been laid out in line item. I know that in terms of some salaries, particularly for council members, and some of the information as it relates to the city manager's office are presented in aggregate. So do we know how long that will also take for us to be able, for the finance team to be able to take those numbers and line item those so that it could come back to us and the citizens?
I do not know how long that will take. There is a line item approach that departments go through with the city manager's office, which we had recorded many of those which are online, or I'll double check to make sure that they're online. The directive would have been to put them online, so I haven't doubled back and verified if they're online or not. But I'm not sure if that addresses what the motion was that was approved. So I would have to kind of go back and understand exactly what was being motion and understand if that's something that we already have that's in the budget detail that wasn't in the budget book. If that's the case, then that's information that's already available. We just provide the budget detail, which some have said was confusing and couldn't follow. So I just have to understand what exactly the motion is.
Thank you. It sounds like it was probably a part of that, but I'll let you and the finance team work those things out. Thank you. I yield.
Okay. And then can we have the motion read back just for confirmation of the record?
Yes, and I can also send it. The motion was, I move to direct the city manager to prepare and present a revised budget that eliminates consolidated budget line items and instead provides a detailed itemized breakdown of expenditures for the mayor, city council, and all city departments. The revised budget should clearly identify individual expense categories and amounts so that council and the public can fully understand how funds are being allocated and make informed decisions during the budget process.
Thank you. And that motion was moved and seconded, and so now we can move on to the next.
If needed, I can provide some clarity if the city manager wants it. If not,
I don't think that.
I know the word revised has been used a couple times in that motion. Revised would indicate to me a change as opposed to the numbers behind what has been presented. So could you give me clarity on that?
yeah, we just want the consolidated line items to be broken out for what it represents. So any of the consolidated line items, I know for the city council budget, there's consolidated line items that show salary plus personnel services or something, those should be broken out, one line item per dollar amount, and making it itemized. In the first budget book, there were itemized line items, but they were not organized. They were not aligned to a specific person. They had numbers that we weren't able to easily reference. So the way that you have it now is fine, just make it itemized.
Okay. All right, council, we have voted and we allowed comments. So for this section now, I'm going to allow for Councilwoman Hemming to make your comment, and I believe that Councilwoman Martin Rogers is in. Council, I also ask that we remain mindful of the presentations and announcement sections. We have quite a few people here to present to tonight, so I'll just go ahead and let that.
Good evening, City of East Point. I just wanted to share with the Deloe Village property and those who surround that property. We've had 2 recent meetings about the redevelopment that's happening. The updates are made available to you at DeLoeVillage.com. That's DeLoeVillage.com. You can go and learn more about the relocation packages and then also the timeline for the construction. There have also been lots of promises from the development team about how they're going to survey the area before construction begins to ensure that any of the nearby properties that would be impacted by this development would be repaired if there were any damage to the property. So again, please visit DeLoeVillage.com to learn more about that project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My apologies. We're still in comment. So go ahead, Dr. Martin Rogers.
I just wanted to express, no, I wanted to talk about the budget. I thought we were in for the budget discussion. For what?
We're not in the budget discussion. We allowed Councilman Atkins to make his comments because we had already passed it, so we passed discussion. But we just made that exception. But go ahead. So we
No,
can finish, right?
the only thing I wanted to say. Is it? Okay, it's a line item on the agenda, so I'll yield and wait until then.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. We will move on now to the presentations and announcement section of the agenda. First up, item number 4, the City of East Point, Georgia proclamation recognition of Ms. Cynthia Curtin Robles and Ms. Sanita Deck. Thank you. And I will call on Dr. Martin Rogers to give us a quick overview.
Yes, I think that it was important that we highlight these 2 individuals as being partners along with our Parks and Rec Department, with Shalord. He always gives the City of East Point their props as we have a dynamic Parks and Recs Department here in the City of East Point, and I just wanted to acknowledge you all for being a partner here in the City of East Point and your contribution to our team. So I just wanted to say thank you. Your work does not go unnoticed, and you are appreciated here in the City of East Point. And I'll turn it back over to Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So for the proclamation for Ms. Sanita Deck, whereas Sanita Deck has demonstrated exceptional leadership, entrepreneurship, and dedication to empowering athletes and communities through innovative wellness and opportunity. Sanita Deck co-founded Tronus Footwear in 2020, helping establish what became recognized as the first sneaker company owned by a female athlete. Whereas Sanita Deck created Tronus Youth Athletic Recovery Initiative to teach young athletes the importance of recovery, consistency, and healthy habits through its 5 pillars of sleep, hydration, stretch, mobility, nutrition, and foot and muscle recovery. Whereas this partnership reflects the shared commitment to investing in young female athletes, strengthening community engagement, and creating opportunities that promote confidence, leadership, and success both in and off the field. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Keisha Chapman, Mayor of the City of East Point, Georgia, along with City Council, do hereby recognize Sanita Deck for her contribution to youth athletics, health, wellness, entrepreneurship, and the community empowerment. Thank you.
It's for Sanita and her.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's two. Santia, my apologies. You should have just interrupted me, like that's not my name. So, it's okay. Okay, so in my apologies, the proclamation that we have just read is for both Cynthia Curtin and Ms. Curtin Robles. Okay, thank you both. So we have two proclamations for you, and we'll come down and present them to you and take pictures with you. Thank you. Yes, please. Yep. Let her. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Contribution.
Yes.
I'm sorry I messed up your name.
No, that's okay.
Okay. I appreciate that. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good job out there. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna say these few words.
Thought you was gonna correct her with your name for a second.
But she did.
It's fine.
It is. People be messing up my name so much.
I got it on video.
Williams calling me. Just FYI. Okay, I wanna say a few things. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, we're gonna let Miss Cynthia have
Okay.
a few words. Go ahead.
We have prepared something to say because this is so special to us and recovery is near and dear to our heart. So as you all know, my name is Cynthia Curtin Robles and I am the co-founder of Tronus. And joining me today is my daughter, Santia Deck, co-founder of Tronus. and the first female athlete to own a sneaker company. I would also like to acknowledge my husband Ariel Robles over here, and my son Miko Brisker over here, who are here with us this evening. Thank you for your love and support. On behalf of our family and the entire Tronus team, we would like to sincerely thank Mayor Keisha Chapman and the East Point City Council and the East Point Parks and Recreation Department for this incredible honor. We want to give special recognition for Shalord Pickett, Director of East Point Parks and Recreations, whose vision and leadership helped make this partnership possible. Thank you also to Dwayne Anderson and the entire Parks and Recreation team for their support throughout this process. Tronus was founded in 2020 by Santia and me as a footwear company. As we spent more time working with athletes, coaches, and families, we discovered something that changed our mission. More than half of youth sports injury each year are overuse injuries, many of which may be reduced through proper recovery habits, education, and awareness. We realize that recovery is often overlooked until athletes reach the professional level or there's an injury. Yet the habits that support long-term health, performance, and availability should begin much earlier. That realization led us to evolve into a recovery-focused company and inspired the creation of the Tronus Youth Athlete Recovery Initiative. Today, our mission is to help young athletes build healthy recovery habits through education, coach engagement, community partnerships, and access to recovery resources and products like Tronus Recovery Slides. The entire East Point Girls Flag Club will be receiving Tronus Recovery Slides, all of you. That is why our message is simple: recovery starts before the pros. We are especially honored that East Point Parks and Recreation has become the first city Parks and Recreation Department to participate in the Tronus Youth Athlete Recovery Initiative pilot program. Through this partnership and our support of the East Point Girls Flag Football Club, we look forward to helping this amazing young group of girls learn habits that can benefit them both on and off the field. This proclamation is a tremendous honor and a reflection of East Point's commitment to investing in the health, wellness, and future of its young people. Thank you again for this recognition and for allowing us the opportunity to serve the East Point community. We look forward to building something meaningful together for the athletes and families of East Point. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. As a, can't help to say this, but as a former student athlete, I definitely appreciate organizations like yours that invest in the health and wellness of our young people, because that type of work and those initiatives help grow and help present a better future for our youth and our community. So thank you for bringing something that directly impacts our youth and working with our tremendously amazing Parks and Recreation facility group, so our department. So thank you so much for your work. Appreciate it. Let's move us forward now. So next we have a presentation from our Parks and Recreation Cultural Affairs FY26 updates and accomplishments.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be in front of you today. Obviously, that was a tremendous presentation and honor for the two young women that are supporting our program. That's a part of like some of the accomplishments. One of the things that I enjoy most is how our families have embraced our park. They've really taken on the pride that we have as a department, and really embracing the culture that we've set in our Parks Department, representing the city that I love the most. So tonight, I want to take you all on a brief tour that I'm going to kind of narrate. We do a lot of imagery and videography to really show what it means to be a part of the East Point Parks family. I'm going to do the video first. Yep. So I'm going to talk about some of the capital projects that we completed in FY26, talk about some of the statistical meanings for the investments you all have made as a council and as a city towards our parks. All right, the first part we have is Colonial Hills Unity Park. If you notice in the background, we have Outcast Plan. So I wanted to keep it all East Point. This project started probably back in 2021. It was a full renovation of this park. It is now completely done. New playground, swings, auto accessory equipment. Moving over here to City Hall, we have custom signage for Victory Park. Hey, Mr. Freely is not here, but we're going to have a rededication for this park. Sometime in July, we restored the Canon teak wood seats, and the Eternal Flame is back working. So we'll be doing a rededication of that park come early July. The next one also, as you know, Mr. Swain is a part of our department as well, responsible for all the murals that we have around the city. On tomorrow, we'll be doing a friendly with Morehouse and some other soccer athletes here for the World Cup. So they'll be using this particular space. That wall was renovated this past fiscal year. We also put up a mural at Ball Ethnic. You can see that right now in Monaberry. Very beautiful mural. Those that you attended the tree lighting, they were great supporters of our tree lighting event. Across from that, we have Sims Park. We have the Blue Bottle Art, which is a beautiful piece that we have right on our main thoroughfare in Norman Berry. The next park we got up now is Sumner Park. Sumner is one of our biggest pieces of real estate. We recently added a new playground. We have new dog park amenities going out. In the next week and a half, actually, more auto accessory playground equipment will be included in this space in the coming weeks. And those of you that are familiar with Grayson Baseball Field, it's a historic site. We've been working on that particular park that you're going to see next, probably the greater part of the last 2 years. We just put out we're at Ransom Park. Ransom Park, that project is probably about 90% done. We're just waiting on a few more outdoor weight room type of fitness pieces to go at that park. But as you can see, we put a beautiful playground out there. Got your bathrooms, your pavilions, new landscaping, you name it. All right, Grayson, what I was just speaking of, this is an old historic softball field. We restored the seats, all the concession stands, all of the dugouts have been painted, new custom windscreens. Sykes Park, we're looking to do probably a re-grand opening of that space, and I'll acknowledge my park ranger who's been instrumental with securing this particular space in particular. We put new pavilions out, different canopies for shade. We did some improvements to the trail. Outdoor fitness equipment is in the trail. We renovated all of the pavilions in that lower region. That's an example of one. All the stonework has been done over. Center Park is also a park that we renovated in FY26 to include auto accessory equipment, user-friendly playground equipment, pavilions, outdoor grills, ADA accessibility in all of our parks. Brookdale Park was a big renovation we've been working on for about 5 years. We restored this particular bridge. We did the tennis courts over a few years ago. We tore down an ice tour of the bathroom. We installed this new bathroom this fiscal year as well. And at Jefferson, we have a courtyard we've worked on for the last 3 years. Highly rented space. We use for STEM activities for summer camp. We've had jazz concerts out there, you name it. Yoga classes, our senior fitness program works out there a lot. All right, that is a part of my video presentation. Hey, can I get the slides? The city also invested in what we call Placer AI. So a lot of times when we make these investments, this has been a tremendous tool for us to track the number of participants and visitors we have in our parks. So I wanted to give you guys some statistics on the volume of people that we service and see during the course of a fiscal year. Did I get the wrong one? Okay. All right, park facilities, Jefferson Park Rec. We're up 40% in visitations over the last 12 months. We're seeing approximately about 196,000 people. Over the past several years, you know, my youth programs are very huge. We made an investment on fixing our weight room equipment up, and we've been getting a lot of, I know Joppa Ray is very familiar with it. It's a lot of workouts that go on at the facility, but our visitations are up there. John D. Miller Sports Complex, as you all know, we run a very large flag football program. So what's cool about this particular tool, now I can tell people exactly how many people are visiting our parks. We're up in the spring league. A lot of these young ladies just finished playing. We had a team go down to Dothan, Alabama to compete for some regionals recently. But we saw uptick in spring visitation to John D. of 35,000 people, 20% increase. And in the fall, our huge league, we're seeing north of 55,000 people from September to November 15th. So if you're ever there, over there on a Saturday, it is jam-packed with some of the young ladies that you saw tonight, as well as our young men. Brookdale Park, visitations up 31%, 44,000 people visited that park. Sumner Park, 61,000, up 10.8%, and overall, our city parks are up 6% with 155,000 visits. All right, so you saw a small group of my girls. Obviously, we're very proud of them, as well as a lot of our young men as well, but I'm always bringing the young ladies up because they're getting it done on the national level right now. So, but we love all our kids, but more in particular, our girls was able to do so well that Trinus Connection was able to come because of their achievements that we brought with the young ladies winning the world championship. We received a Boost grant. Most of you guys know Big D, DeJuan Anderson, my right-hand man. We spend a lot of our time writing grants to enhance what we have that you all grant when our budgets are approved. So we're actually out hunting funds as well. We were able to see the $55,000 grant, which we use for our after-school program and our STEM summer camp. Continuing partnerships, that's pretty much what we do pretty much every day. One thing that's unique about our rec department, we're not your typical rec that just puts a flyer out and wait for people to walk in the door. Most of our days are out in the community, creating partnerships that council shares connections with. I know LaTanya and I've connected several times, Joppa Ray, Star. We're doing golf now with Tremaine. So the network that we're able to expand and use our tentacles is a big part of some of those numbers that you all are seeing for people coming to East Point and wanting to participate in what we do. And last but not least, we were very intentional over the last 2 years of being an inclusive, not only playground, but as far as programming. One of the things that the residents charged me with, it was kind of interesting because I thought I was doing a great job, but what I did realize, we were not servicing all of the kids and families of East Point. So about a year and a half, 2 years ago, we became an East Point Miracle League provider. That program is growing by the day, diversifying what we're offering to our residents, your constituents, and the families of East Point. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay, Councilman Atkins?
Yes, thank you, Director Pinkett. Great information, and it's really wonderful to see all of those improvements. I was really excited to see your analytics, your statistics. Do we break those down also further to determine how many East Point residents we serve versus how many non-East Point residents we serve?
Yeah, it is definitely a complete science that AI Placer has. We would probably be here another 30 minutes, but we can actually break that down as well. We can also see how far. I mean, there's a ton of information that's on the AI Placer apps. So I tried to dumb it down for the presentation purpose and the time, but we can dive into that further as well with that app.
wanted to make sure that we're also tracking that.
Yes.
And just to see how many of our kids are actually using and, enjoying the upgrades to our parks and recreation facilities. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you for the presentation. As Councilmember Atkins mentioned, definitely good to see all of the improvements, the numbers. Two questions I have. So one, about the numbers, does it give any insight into the impact that the number of people would have on equipment and maintenance and things of that nature?
That is a great question. This is more statistical data on visitations. I have a standing meeting with AI Placer once every 2 weeks. I can actually kind of dive into it because I'm more than likely, obviously, with the more usage, the more wear and tear that will come about. But I could probably ask them when our next meeting, our Zoom call, about if they're able to speak to that as well.
Just out of curiosity. And then the other thing, is it premature to maybe announce the name of the Microsoft Pocket Park?
I don't think so. I'm getting the sign made now.
Okay.
So we did a community input flyer. We did a lot of promotional efforts to name the new park with Microsoft. And I'm glad you mentioned it because I was trying to show the finish, but we are about a month away roughly for opening the new Ward D Microsoft Park. We did a community survey to try to get the right name. We spent a lot of time trying to come up with some great options. The Nook at Camp Creek actually was the winner as far as what we're going to name that particular park. So as soon as we get some updates on when we'll be doing our ribbon cutting, you all will be informed for that ceremonial historic day of putting the first park in Ward D in the city's history. Yep.
Any more questions? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. Based on everything that you've shared in terms of the numbers, does your partner, and what's the name of the company that you work with?
Just Place, which one?
Place AI.
Placer AI.
Placer AI.
Mm-hmm.
Does, with the numbers that we have, does Placer AI provide any type of planning, like based on like optimizing your plans or any suggestions as a service? Are they on retainer, or do we just go to them for like one-off requests to help us with the business?
Maybe the city manager, I don't know if you can help me out with that. Yeah.
I sure can. So Placer AI is a technology that tracks cell phones, so we can track people when they engage in our various services to give us some of the analytics on how well those services are being frequent. So it's a software, a proprietary software that we have access to, so we have a monthly membership. They don't really get into how we utilize that information. Mm-hmm. They just are the source of gathering that information. Okay. And for just the public, because I know sometimes that feels like Big Brother's looking at you, there's all kinds of privacy protections. It's totally legal. We can't track anyone's name or family or anything like that. We can just check the number of people when they attend certain places. So Parks is one great place. We've been utilizing it in economic development. There's applications to also provide like street counting or traffic counts, things of that nature that might give us some informal numbers outside of the high-end traffic counters to do things like that, so we can kind of track things in a very economical way, and it's been proving to be very useful in helping us guide some of our resources and programming.
Okay. And in terms of the park visitation, do we know about are there plans, I can direct this to you, city manager, are there plans with this data in terms of letting the public know, for example, if you're at a dog park or peak times where people are out at the park and gathering for different reasons and things like that, so that, we can kind of communicate that, because, if you're at the park early in the morning or if you're at the park late, depending on, there's an opportunity to know when people are there, so maybe you want to go and hang out with the community, things like that. My question is, and we don't have to keep moving longer into this discussion, but how are we using the data in summation is what I'm asking, or at this point.
Sure. So I will say that we just started rolling this out very recently. So I think we started maybe at the end of last summer, and so we haven't had a full year of data. But this is one of the tools that we've been talking about back and forth a little bit about dashboards and having that be a part of some of the performance measures in our budget and those kind of things. This is the type of tool that would allow us to do that. So it certainly will give us peaks and valleys of when those services are at its heightened level. They give us insights on festivals, how well they are, farmer market, how well it does, and those kind of things that we really hadn't had at our access or at our hands before.
I imagine in totality, this can help with a lot of different things around the city. So thank you for bringing this instrument to to the city, and thank you so much for all the work that you do. So
Appreciate it.
Yep.
And I would be remiss not to mention, these numbers are real numbers, and I know Officer Rose can attest to it, but I want to acknowledge our police department. Chief Buchanan identified that we are seeing thousands of people, which can expose us to anything. But I wanted to bring up Officer Rose. He's been a big part. He's like an extension of my department. A lot of times we recognizing the young ladies, the young men. We never talk about the security. Our families are feeling very safe when they come out and visit and enjoy our programs. So I wanted to give a special acknowledgement to Officer Rose. He might work more hours than me. I call him, he's always in place, always available to protect and serve our community. And more importantly, he has a true investment in our children. Is why I love him so much. But I definitely wanted to acknowledge the police department, wanted to acknowledge Chief Buchanan, and specifically Officer Rose, who's been assigned to our department. All right.
And who did the video? The video was nice. Who did the video? Who did the video? The video was nice.
I'll let you know. We'll
Okay.
talk, yeah.
All right. Move on. Where are we? Our number. Now we're on number 6, the 2024 audit update.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is my item, and I wanted the record. Madam City Clerk, please make sure the record reflects all of my comments. Okay?
They're verbatim minutes.
Madam
so we're good.
Mayor reminded me when I spoke last time, please make sure that the record reflects all of my comments. I put this item on the agenda for an audit update. As we all know, having a complete and up-to-date audit is essential for a city because it ensures accountability and transparency by verifying that taxpayer funds are spent properly and according to law. Mr. City Manager, do we have somewhat of an update or a timeline for the audit?
Yes, I've asked Joseph to come up and give a presentation on the audit. He's been our primary source of working on the audits. He's been leading the way on getting our 2024 audit and starting us off on our 2025 audit, and will likely be the person that will help us wrap up with our 2026 audit.
Thank you. And as we go through this, we'll go through, so Mr. Joseph, you're going to do your presentation, and then okay, just wanted to make sure that I had the rounds and the timing in line. Thank you.
Microphone.
Microphone. Joseph, your microphone. Press the button.
Testing, okay. Yeah, so we're currently going through our FY 2024 audit. If you look on the screen, you'll see our current status. I can try to blow it up a little bit to make it easier to read. Yeah, so we started out with about 115 CAL listings. CAL listings are the listing of items that auditors require you to provide documentation and support on. As you give them items, they come back and may have additional items, which is why we're up to 122. But if you look, you can see the check marks where you have 98 items cleared. The 16 pending items, that means they've asked us for documentation or some kind of support. We've given it to them. We're just waiting for them to let us know if it's sufficient. There was one return item, which means they have an additional request, so we'll get that completed here soon. And then the 7 other items are just final steps that can only be completed once we get those other items satisfied. So we've completed most of our general field work. The part of the audit we're on now is for single audit, which is grant related. And I mean, it's going well.
Okay, we have Dr. Martin Rogers in for discussion.
Okay. My first question is, are there any obstacles that are preventing both the processes from occurring at the same time? Because I know that we're doing the budget and also the audit, but are there any obstacles in the department that council needs to be aware of? Or can these work simultaneously? Because it's been presented a few times before council that the budget needs to be done prior to us doing the audit. So what it looks like is you're working, well, this is a 2024 audit, so
Correct.
you have the information for that audit, correct?
Correct. Yeah, so they can be
so-
done simultaneously. We had a different team working on budget and a different team working for the audit. There is some crossover with those team members, but it's generally 2 different teams.
Okay, and my last question is, when do you suspect, or can you give us a time frame of when the 2024 audit will be complete?
I don't want to give you a hard number. We meet with the auditors bi-weekly, and it really depends on how they review our pending items. Sometimes they just green it. Other times it's like that, the additional request. So I can't know what they're going to request until they do their review.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from council? Oh, Councilwoman Caldwell?
Thank you for the update. As far as the pending, there's still 16 pending review. Are there any specific challenges with those?
No, that's items we gave them back. It's just waiting to see if they want more detail. Sometimes they want support for something. It could be, they may ask for an account balance. They may want the year-to-date detail. So it really just depends.
Okay. And then the only other question, maybe can you tell me a little bit about like the audit? Is it simply just they make an ask, we provide the answer, the checkbox, or obviously they'll say if they need additional information, but once that information is provided, is there like a review and determination of the, have they given us any feedback on the information that we've given thus far?
That happens at the end where they'll give
Okay.
us feedback on the items that we've given. But yeah, so they'll ask for, generally, let's say for fixed assets, they'll ask for a listing of our fixed assets. And then out of that listing, they may say, well, show me support for this, show me where you have this, show me where, where this is held. And they do that across like various categories. So they'll do that for fixed assets, they'll do that for payroll, they'll do it for compensated absences, they'll do it for like receivables, for revenue. So they just do it across all sections of accounting. And with them being a first-year auditor, they have additional requests because they're not familiar with us. So for this first year, they've had significant requests just so they can get comfortable with our system.
Got it. Maybe one more question.
Okay.
Based on just your experience and on what we're submitting, where do you believe we'll fall within just like how we'll be graded for this particular audit? Like,
I mean, we'll probably get a finding just because it wasn't done in a timely manner. But besides that, I think our records are good. I think we have support for all of our stuff. It's not like we're missing any documentation. I think any variances have been explained, so I expect it to be a good outcome.
okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have Councilwoman Mitchell.
Thank you for your presentation. I might have missed it. Did you have an estimate date of when this was going to be complete? I expect it to be completed this month, but it depends on their review of the items. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions from council? All right, thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay, now we will move on to, are there any committee reports?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah, just really quick. This is from the Budget and Finance meeting from the 19th. I'm just give a high level of my notes. So council members, the committee members present were Councilwoman Caldwell, Councilwoman Hemmings, Mayor Chapman, Alice Wilson, and myself. The meeting started at 6:02. Starting off, there was a discussion on the duty and responsibilities of the Budget and Finance Committee when reviewing the proposed budget. There was a motion made to add the discussion of the FY27 budget to be included in the agenda for that meeting. We went over 3 months of variance reports, and those were the months of February, March, and April. There were some deficits, but nothing too concerning or too unusual. We also had a discussion on how we were going to handle audits moving forward. We also did receive an update on the FY 2024 audit and got a clear understanding of the auditor and the audit and why it was taking longer than expected. Also, there was some discussion on the amended credit card policy. I believe some council members presented their amended policies, so we had a hard time deciphering that, but we did decide to go through and compile a list of our own issues that could be added and talked about at our next work session meeting. And our next Budget and Finance meeting will be held tomorrow, June 15th at 6:30, and you can access this from the East Point government website. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any more committee reports at this time? Any questions? Okay, thank you. And council, before you, we have consent agenda items. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as is?
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Oh, you said
what? Okay. Councilman, comment?
Yes, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 7 through 10.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passes. Next, we will move on to our agenda items. These items are for discussion and possible action. First item is the ordinance to extend the data center moratorium. Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we extend the data center moratorium.
Second for discussion.
Second. Okay, we have second discussion? Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Second for discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The motion was to extend, but there's no time period certain, so do we want to do another 6 months, or what is our time period for the extension?
6 months, so I guess whatever.
So
That question did come up during the last meeting as far as what they believe, because there were some things that planning and zoning wanted to recommend, so can we ask them?
Sure, but I think that if we just say to extend, we don't have a time period.
So we should add.
Yes.
Yes.
So we should need to make sure that the motion includes all of that.
Right.
I actually had a question for this, maybe for the city attorney. I know that there are certain requirements for moratoriums. I just want to make sure, one, is there a limit? Two, I know there has to be some justification for the moratorium.
So
I know you knew, probably read up on this.
Yeah, yes. So moratoriums have been challenged in the past, and the courts have said essentially that moratoriums should be only as long as necessary to accomplish what you need. My understanding is that you've already had a 6-month moratorium, so my recommendation is that you would extend it for no more than 3 additional months.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay. Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, Madam, I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager, can I please speak to Director Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And two, piggyback on what Councilmember Mitchell was stating, I thought that we decided it should be 6 months, or maybe not. I'd just like to hear from your department, because I know that you all are also doing a zoning rewrite. So I just automatically thought that 6 months, another additional 6 months would possibly be appropriate, but I need to know the timeline for the complete zoning rewrite, because we don't want to piecemeal this. Thank you.
Correct. In our presentation that we gave on a summary of where we were in the research, our recommendation was to extend the moratorium until a time certain that paralleled with the zoning ordinance rewrite, and the zoning ordinance rewrite is due to be done in the first part of next year, so in the first quarter. Legally, I would have to defer to legal department to see how we could do that, because we don't want to say 3 months and then the zoning ordinance rewrite is not done. So we wanted to coordinate with that process.
All right, so Madam Mayor, may I continue?
Yes.
Attorney Hartley, based upon your legal expertise, maybe should we do 3 months and then come back, or maybe 3 months with an update?
Yeah, my recommendation would be that you extend it for 3 months.
Okay.
At this time, if you need to extend it again in the future, you can.
Okay.
But I would not recommend going until past the beginning of next year. I think that could create some challenges. So I'd recommend 3 months. Continue to work with your planning department in its updating of your zoning ordinance, get updates on that, and then if you need to extend it, you could take action again in 3 additional months.
All right, so at this time, I am going to withdraw my first motion, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to make another motion. I'm sorry, I hear it.
So okay. So the motion has been amended, do we have the date for that, or you, go ahead?
Well, I was going to withdraw it and just add the 3 months with a follow-up to come back to council within the 3-month period so that we could continue the discussion. But I was going to withdraw it and then make that motion.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, can I just have clarification on process here? So we have had a motion on the floor. The motion has been amended to include the 3 months.
I withdrew
And so
the
the motion has been withdrawn, or can it be amended? Can you clarify how that works?
I think what has happened in this case is Councilmember Martin Rogers withdrew her motion and made a new motion, and the new motion is to extend the moratorium for 3 months, with direction that staff continue to provide an update in case it needs to be extended again.
Okay.
I need a second.
All right. And so
Second.
from there, I have to call for a second. Okay, so may I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Okay, so for the next item, we have council discussion and possible action on vendor government tax solution from RFQ 2026-1928 for delinquent tax collections not to exceed. There is no cost to the city. And City Manager Jones?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to have staff from procurement, contract and procurement, and our finance department walk us through this item. Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Jackson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Last time we were here, we were talking about the completion of a request for qualification. We were presenting the awardee or selected vendor for your approval, and here we are again.
Do you have any, are you starting your presentation now, or did you have any questions? Okay, so Councilwoman Martin Rogers, do you have any questions? Okay. Okay. Councilman Mitchell, do you have any questions? I thought I saw your phone. Okay.
I have a question.
Well,
Just for the record, can we clarify the process again? We approved this. The next step, we will be able to do some negotiations with this particular vendor before final approval, or just help me understand that?
So, once you approve this, the department, city manager, whomever, will get together and they can negotiate whatever it is that you all are directing them to negotiate. And from there, he can kind of report. At the end of the day, once it's approved, and I would turn around and look at the city attorney to say, once it's approved, I don't know what the process is in regards to you all going back to say, hey, we don't want to utilize them. But from my understanding, this approval allows us to move forward with the vendor.
So sorry. Good evening. While I believe the process was done correctly this time, if the rates, remember we were talking about the rates, the $400 something or whatever they charge back to the delinquent taxpayers is in the contract, that would need to be done before you approve the contract. Like if their rates are in the contract, you understand, of what they intend to charge the delinquent tax property owners, we are essentially saying that we're good with the contract if you approve it now with those rates in there. To the extent there's any desire to have them give different rates, I would recommend that be done on the front end.
Okay, because I think that did come up during the last conversation.
It
We
did.
asked if the rates were in the contract, and
Can you
they,
pull the contract up?
I didn't think they
No,
were,
the
but they
fee
read
schedule's
off
down
the
there.
rates.
You said what? And do you guys need to know what the rates are? Okay, maybe you should tell them.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we have is the rates start at a stage one. Stage one is $65. At that point, they're sending out an intent letter. At that point, if you choose to pay off of that intent, you pay $65 on top of what you owe. If you call in off that letter and you can't afford to pay it, and you make a reasonable offer as far as a payment plan, we will remove it, but you still have to pay the $65. From that point, if we get no movement at all, there's a stage two, which costs $225. That includes research, title research, skip tracing, making sure we have the right people, and making sure no one else has a lien on the property. That's $225. All other fees are added on by the city, and those fees are $100 if we take it to a tax sale. That's added on to the bill. Okay, so in all upfront prices that they would charge would be the $225 plus the $65, which is I think $290, and then whatever else it takes we add, which is the $100 for the tax sale per parcel. Those are the rates.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. One other question for City Attorney. I know this came up in a previous meeting about the ability to select whether it's commercial, non-homestead, or something along those lines, as far as being able to submit like a specific group of people or set of criteria over to the company to target.
I remember.
Do we have any say-so in that, or is it just a complete all-or-none type of situation?
So staff is the entity that sends the delinquent properties over to the company, is the way it's to work, the process. And so based on what staff sends will be what they would start the process on, to send the letters, do all of that. if there is a desire from this body to only send commercial properties, or to, and I would make sure that any decision you make to segregate which properties go, it be non-discriminatory. Remember, we talked about that, non-arbitrary. So if you say, hey, we want to start with the commercial properties, right? Then you guys need to pass that as a body by majority vote to say, that's our policy-making decision that we only want to do commercial properties at this time. Or some other group, but again, non-discriminatory, non-arbitrary, so that you're not treating similarly situated people differently.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good, thank you.
Good? Okay, so, okay, we have, go ahead, Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, I have a question of Madam Attorney. Here it says that after not to exceed, that there is no cost to the city. So in terms of any solicitation that reaches a threshold, if there's no cost to the city, how do we as a body treat any of those procurements that have been done by our city department?
You're saying, what is the procurement process for those contracts where we don't pay any money?
No, I thought that for us as the council then deliberates on or approves any contract that is $25,000 or above. So if there is, in this situation where there says there's no cost to the city, how do we treat procurements of that nature if there's no cost to the city?
I'm not sure of the answer to that. However, I do believe that this is a professional service that would require to give the Madam Chair the ability to sign a contract. Gotcha. You guys have to give her the authority to do that.
Gotcha.
Do you have something more than that from procurement?
So because it was put out for the actual solicitation, sealed bid, that's another part of the ordinance that it has to come before you all.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Mitchell.
I think this is the same thing when I was asking about the MOU, since there is no, you said there was no fee to the city for this?
Right, there is, I don't recall the MOU conversation, but there are no fees to the city. This is a company that will go collect your delinquent property taxes. So as you know, every year, at the end of the year, once the millage is passed, the millage is then multiplied by the value of the property, 40% from the tax assessor, a bill is sent out every year. And so these are for the properties, residential, commercial, industrial, whoever, that didn't pay your property taxes. And your property taxes is the bucket of money that you guys are using for the budget, right? You budget around what you're anticipating to collect any given fiscal year. And so, but tax years are by calendar year. And so this is the company that will go and say, hey, Mr. Property Owner, you didn't pay the city of East Point their property taxes that they assessed against you in 2024. We're going to assess you, collect it, and the fees that we've been talking about are the fees that it costs for the company to do the work to try to get your money back.
So even with that process, do they pay the third-party company, or are they paying the city? Or how do they collect their administrative fee?
They collect it from the delinquent property owner.
So I think we should have some MOU, since we're dealing with money, taxes, just so there won't be any disagreements or.
Right, the contract is your.
So we have, so the contract with
GTS.
Okay.
Or whatever company you guys want to go with. It's the contract, or the MOU, if you will.
I'm sorry, I missed that part. So it is in writing, basically what I'm asking. It is in writing?
Yes.
What's expected? Okay.
And they have what was your city master services agreement. That's the document that should be attached to your agenda.
Got you. And I know the fee that they charge, that's basically the fee for operating. And I'm assuming that's non-negotiable with them, or have we looked into that? With the amount, I know you mentioned earlier you could possibly settle, but that $65 and the $225 was non-negotiable. Did I hear that correctly?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, the stage one and the stage two?
I think
Okay.
what the attorney said, that it has to be talked about before you all approve.
Okay. I mean, as it is, that's what they require you to pay on
That's
top of
what they're
whatever
requiring.
was.
That's what they're
Okay.
requiring, and they don't collect the money. We collect the money. They don't touch the money.
So, but then
We pay them out of what we collect.
Okay.
So they don't get the money.
Gotcha.
They're hands off. The
Okay.
only thing they're doing is preparing for tax sales and sending letters. But other than that, no, they don't collect money. They don't knock on doors to
Okay.
get money. They are instructed to come to pay the city of East Point.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hemming?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the vendor GTS Government Tax Solutions from RFQ 2026-1928 for delinquent tax collections.
Second for discussion.
We have second for discussion.
Yes, second for discussion.
Okay, go ahead. You can,
We have to take the vote.
you can have discussion, and then we take the.
All right, yes, and this is what I would like to say for the record. While I support the collection of delinquent property taxes and recognize the importance of recovering revenue owed to the city, I cannot support this procurement as presented. As an elected official, I have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure the public contracts are awarded through a process that is transparent, competitive, and able to withstand public scrutiny and audit review. In this instance, I remain concerned that the same vendor was presented to the city prior to the solicitation and ultimately emerged as the recommended awardee. While that fact alone does not establish wrongdoing, it raises legitimate questions regarding the fairness of the process and whether all vendors were afforded an equal opportunity to compete. I am not convinced that City Council, well, I know that I made some requests for the information, and what that information request lacked was the individual scoring sheets, but I was provided everything else, and I do believe that Madam City Attorney did address that, but I still needed to see the individual scoring sheets. So, continuing on with my comments, demonstrate why the selected vendor represents the best value to the taxpayers of East Point over the other qualified respondents. When public funds and public trust are at stake, the burden should be on the administration to provide a clear, well-documented, and defensible justification for its recommendation. My vote is not against collecting delinquent taxes, nor is it directed at any specific vendor. Rather, it reflects my commitment to accountability, transparency, fiduciary responsibility, and ensuring that procurement decisions are made in a manner that protects both the city and the public's confidence in its government. And for those reasons, I cannot support this procurement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much I know that there was concerns initially about the age of the original presentation to this council, and the city went back and then led a procurement and went through the process. So thank you so much for doing that, and I appreciate those three companies that actually did respond. I'm happy to see that we are trying to go back and collect monies that are owed this city. I think that it sends a wrong message to those property owners who are paying their taxes, doing everything that they can to pay their taxes, to continue to allow other property owners to not pay their taxes. When we are talking about providing services to the city, the largest source of dollars for our general fund come from property taxes. And so when we're not collecting enough, then we're having to consider whether we're going to adjust the millage rate upward to pay that when there are property owners who are not paying their fair share. So it's not fair to the taxpayers who are currently paying. Also, this body made a decision not to opt out of House Bill 581. We wanted to provide relief to residential homestead properties. And so as a result of that, this was the first year we went through that process, and our city is collecting $1.9 million less because we're providing that relief to residential property owners who are homestead here. So it is important that we collect these monies that are owed to this city as other taxpayers are paying their fair share. And when we get into a crunch and have to figure out how we cover that, then we're faced with the potential of raising a millage rate while others are not paying their taxes. So thank you for bringing this to the city.
Is there any more discussion on this item? No. Council, before you, there's still a motion on the floor, and we went into second for discussion. Can we just confirm what the motion is at this point, please? Madam City Clerk, can you confirm the motion?
Oh, I just.
All right, yeah, so at this point, thank you for your presentation. So at this point, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hemming just motioned to approve the item, and Martin Rogers seconded for her, with discussion.
Okay, and there was also mention about only applying to commercial properties. Is that also to be included or not? No? Okay. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and there was a second, so I will now call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Okay, Councilmember Hemming,
Aye.
Councilmember Atkins,
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Caldwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Nay.
The motion passed.
Thank you. All right, Council, next we have item number 13, the City of East Point, Georgia Next Generation Intern Program for council discussion and possible action. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution for the City of East Point, Georgia Next Generation Internship Program.
Second for discussion.
Councilman Hemming for discussion.
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I ask a question of the city manager? Mr. City Manager, are there students already enrolled in this program?
So there is a couple of programs that are running. There is a summer intern program which is currently running, and I think there may have been some confusion in conflating that program with this program.
Okay.
To my knowledge, I believe this program hasn't started, so it's a separate program.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions, Council? Is that my mic? I can't tell. Okay, so there aren't any more questions. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes. Item number 14, discussion and possible action on a temporary moratorium for the permitting, zoning, and land use approval of detention facilities not owned by the city or Fulton County in light of the ongoing rewrite of the city's zoning ordinance. Councilman Martin Rogers or Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yes, this item was placed on this agenda to provide this directive to Madam City Attorney. So I would like to go ahead and make that motion that we provide the directive for the City Attorney to work on a temporary moratorium on the permitting, zoning, and land use approval of new detention facilities not owned by the city or Fulton County in light of the ongoing rewrite of the city zoning ordinances.
Second for discussion. Madam Mayor, may I direct a question to Councilmember Martin Rogers? Councilmember, by what date would you like this returned?
I believe it was heavily discussed in the work session that Madam City Attorney would bring this back to the second work session in July. May I direct my question to Madam City Attorney? Or I believe that was discussed. Yes. Yes, so Councilmember Hemming, it will be back before us the the work session in July.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right. So this has already been, so you have a motion on the floor, so you can second the motion for discussion. And so all those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Madam City Clerk, can we make sure that's on the agenda for the first work session in July, please?
Yes, it's the July 13th. I already wrote it down. Thank you.
Discussion and possible action on a special call budget meeting. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to open the floor for a discussion and possible action on a special call budget meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay.
All right, I put this item, wait a minute, what was the motion?
What's the motion?
Okay. I put this item, yes, we're discussing it, right? Yes. I put this item to open up the floor, correct? You're acknowledging?
To open the floor.
Okay, I was distracted.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
All right, this item was placed on the agenda because we have had lots of budget discussions, one-on-one meetings, but council has not provided themselves the opportunity to have a public budget discussion meeting in which we will have the opportunity afforded to us and to the residents that we represent to come out and hear us actually discuss the budget. I believe that it was said in work session that the budget now belongs to East Point City Council, Mayor and Council, and I want to thank Councilmember Cummings for doing that Google Drive. I was able to add some information into the Google Drive, but I do also believe that the city manager and his staff need direction from this council with what we want to see in the budget and what can be taken out. So that is why I put this item on the agenda so that we could perhaps have a special called budget meeting to provide Mr. Jones and his staff additional direction as it relates to the FY27 budget. And with that, I'll yield.
Okay. Go ahead. Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question of Councilmember Martin Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember, would this be a voting meeting or just a meeting like with presentations from the city manager, from all of our direct reports, their staff, or what's your?
The goal is exactly that, to have a budget presentation, to hear from our direct reports, and to also hear from staff with what they possibly need in their budget, to hear from the totality of the individuals that help this city function and what their budgets need and are required. I think that we owe it to ourselves to hear from the different departments. For instance, the fire department is in the budget. I would like to see Fire Station 2 and I believe the other fire station, one fire station is in the budget, but I also believe that fire station number 2 should be in the budget. There's also the concern of just other items in the budget, and I think that the city manager and staff should hear directly from us with what we want to see in the budget. I mean, I don't think that the meeting should last more than an hour and a half, 2 hours, but for transparency about this budget, I've received numerous telephone calls. We've heard from the general public. I think that we owe it to ourselves to make good financial decisions, and we let the people hear us.
Yes. I'd offer council's consideration that we model this after some of our neighboring cities. And I think tonight's presentation by Parks and Rec was a really good example. So what Mr. Pinkett did in his presentation was to give us an overview of what was accomplished with FY26, and then also to make a budget request for FY27. That way it links the progress that has been made to the proposed project for the next year. So my ask would be that we direct the city manager, and I'm not making a motion right now, I'm just saying this for council to consider, that we direct the city manager to have a standardized format for each of his direct reports and their budgets, but also that we follow that same format for all of our direct reports. So there is some overview of FY26 accomplishments, very data-driven, very focused on what has been done. And then we also hear for FY27, a review of the overall request, a review of any major modifications that have been made from the prior year, and then finally, a review of maybe in an ideal situation, what's the remaining heartburn or item that they might really would have desired to see in this budget. So then council has more information to appropriately deliberate. So that would be my offer to council. I don't know how we would codify that, but I would recommend that we have a standardized format and structure to support this meeting. And then I just want to be clear, we would then need one additional meeting to vote. So I don't want us to hear the information and try to vote on the same night. I would like us to have a meeting and then give us an opportunity to deliberate and then vote.
I'm in, Madam Mayor. And also, with deliberating and voting, I'd like to see it put back out there after we have had our deliberation and what we want to see in print. Because we can have dialogue and discussion, but if it's not in print for us to vote on, then I'm not comfortable with it. I mean, and for the residents to also go through it and vote on. So that was the purpose of this item being on there. We can look at a timeline, or we can look at a date. I do know at the end of the month, some council members will be traveling for professional development, but the goal is to have that special call budget meeting and let the residents hear the discussion. And we address some of the concerns that we have in relation to the budget. I yield, Madam Mayor.
How should we go about getting the date?
That's what we're discussing now, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
We could do it Saturday morning.
What's today, the 15th, the 30th? So what's the day? Today is the 15th, so,
Councilwoman Cummings is in.
oh, Councilwoman Cummings? Councilwoman Cummings.
So, and I don't know if it's me just kind of feeling lightheaded, just even from the last council meeting and today, it's like a real, like, heavy gas odor that I'm smelling. That's why the fire department is here, if anybody wants to know. So I know I kind of feel lightheaded, so I just, if they can just bring the monitor up here to just kind of see, I don't know if it's something that's coming out of this
Madam
vent.
Mayor?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
want to go ahead and just maybe suspend the meeting just for a moment so that we can address this, and then you can come back into the meeting?
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. I have a motion, go ahead. Motion to,
Madam Mayor, I move that we resume our regularly scheduled meetings.
okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. I believe that we were on number 11, right? No? What were we on? Number 15? We were on 15? My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't want to take y'all back. My bad. Okay, council discussion and possible action on the special call budget meeting, and that's where we were, in discussion.
Okay. You were talking.
Okay, you were talking about the date.
We were talking. Yes, we were.
So, the date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would we like to propose it on the 20th, or? Oh, so we have some people in for discussion. Go ahead, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
No, I'm not in for discussion.
Okay,
I just want to
Councilman.
get those dates. That's a bit aggressive for the 20th.
Okay.
27.
But what we're asking for from the city manager Jones, can you confirm which date you want to bring this back to council for the special call meeting, considering, I understand, but we're having to, he has to direct his people to do something.
Oh, I was just saying, do we
2
have to
weeks.
pick a date tonight? I know, do we just have to agree on
I
a
think
special
we-
call meeting and that can be determined at another time?
I think
No,
we should,
We have to do it tonight.
the question was, do we have to,
I think we have to advertise for it too. Just keep,
when we want to have the special call meeting?
was it 3 days?
Advertisement for special call meetings is 24 hours.
Okay.
And whatever you want to talk about needs to be in the call, the advertisement, and you don't amend special call meeting agendas. But you can pick the date tonight, agree to it, because you have to give notice to council members of a special call meeting, so this would be considered your notice.
Okay.
And then the clerk, whatever date y'all choose, the clerk will then advertise.
That's on you, okay.
Okay. So do we have a date, a week from today, next Monday? Is next Monday?
When we go to Savannah, I know some people might be in Savannah on the maybe
I think
23rd or
that's on the
24th.
27th through the 29th,
Oh, 27th through the 29th.
25th through the 30th, uh-huh.
Okay.
So basically, we have 22, 23, 24, and that's it.
But we do have an open Monday. I was assuming.
Tuesday, the
Oh,
22nd.
Tuesday. Okay.
Okay. Council, we have two options, Tuesday the 22nd and Wednesday the 24th. Is there a motion?
Wednesday, the 22nd, my preference would be for Wednesday, the 24th, Madam Mayor.
My apologies, Wednesday the 24th.
That's
Is there,
I think I'm traveling, or yeah. How about Monday?
That's not, I'm not, so,
Or Tuesday?
Would Tuesday, the 30th work?
do you want to make a motion?
I'm asking just for
Oh, the
consensus.
30th?
Oh, no, I was just saying you could,
I was thinking maybe the 23rd.
Councilmember Hemmings mentioned she was out the 22nd and the 23rd.
Oh,
Councilmember Mitchell's out on the 24th. Does anyone oppose to Tuesday, the 30th?
I know GMA will still, I think that's the last day of GMA.
Oh,
My only question is, are you still hoping to have a deliberation period between the presentations and a vote? Because if you are, then you're not giving yourself enough room to actually have deliberations before you get to the end of the month.
so would this week be better, like a Thursday or Friday?
definitely not Friday.
Councilmember Mitchell, Friday is Juneteenth holiday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, that's true. My bad.
so it looks like Monday was our only option. The 22nd. No, the 22nd.
When do y'all leave for GMA?
So we'll be back from GMA on July the 1st, officially. So do we want to have it Wednesday after we come back from GMA, which will be July 1st? Then vote,
I think
advertise and vote at the,
23rd might work.
I would think they're saying it has to be due by a certain date, then we want to deliberate. and present to the public. And
Is the 23rd gonna work for you? Or not? What time are you gonna be there?
Excuse me. I'm in, Madam Mayor. Thank you. And I'm not voting for a budget unless we have the conversation. Mr. Jones has provided what we want to see in the budget, and then we can talk about voting for the budget. I keep hearing amendments, but we've had a previous budget, and we have not had one amendment since then. I would feel more comfortable if the desires of council and our residents that we have heard from has everything in the budget prior to us voting on the budget. But we need to have a special call meeting. So if we could get this date down, that would be great.
hey, y'all, it might have to be this week, like a Wednesday or something.
I propose.
So,
Okay.
You go.
Okay.
Councilmember Hemmings mentioned that she could possibly make Tuesday, the 23rd, if we could potentially consider starting the meeting at 7 p.m. For 2 hours, 7 to 9. It would be.
I mean, the earlier the better. So I know the other week we had regular meeting and then a special call in 1 week. So the earlier we can get this to them, I think the more time we have to get this information out. We might just have to bite the bullet and come back sometime this week.
So I did hear a comment about the amendment approach. And so to be clear for the public, from my understanding, 98% of the budget is without contention or disagreement. The remaining 2% is what we've been hearing about, which can come back once the council has a clear direction on what it wants as a budget amendment. So the bulk of the budget has relatively no disagreement. It's the, and again, we're talking about a $197 million budget. The conversations that we've been talking about has been over community festivals, have been over city manager's budget, which still is below $1 million. It's been over what we spend on Fire Station 2, again, under $1 million. So what we're talking about in comparison to hundreds of million dollars, we're really only, struggling over no more than 5 million at the most, and I haven't even heard that number. I'm just being conservative in what I think the council has been saying. So holding up the entire budget for discrepancies of only 2% of that budget might make sense, especially with the timeline that we have to go move forward with the bulk of the budget, and then understanding that I will, say into record that we will handle a budget amendment as soon as the decision has been made by council on the direction for that remaining 2%. So that is the approach.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. I would like to know, is that the understanding of council that it's just 2% that we need to clarify? That's why I'm asking if that's okay.
It's simple mathematics. Add up all the issues that has been brought up to the point, and then just compare that to 197 million budget. You'll see you're roughly around 2%. Less, actually. I'm being generous because maybe there's some items that I haven't heard about, but yes, that's about the reflective of that.
Okay, and I will move forward with Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then Councilwoman Atkins, and then Councilwoman Cummings.
Yeah, and what I want to say for the record is I'm hearing 2%, but I haven't seen 2%. You probably have made corrections to the budget, but the only thing that has been presented to this body or presented to me is the itemization of the mayor and council members' budget. If you remember, I went through that entire budget. You have illegal salaries in the budget that need to be adjusted across departments, the IT department, the procurement department. You've taken out education and travel and training. So although I hear what you're saying, I would feel more comfortable if council sat down and we gave you some direction of what we want to see in the budget, and most importantly, what our constituents want to see in the budget, because we have a fiduciary responsibility. So you're saying 2%, but the only thing that I have received via email is the itemization of mayor and council members' budget. So I hear what you're saying. It's just that I need the proof, especially when it comes to those salary and wages in the various departments. We need the rationale. We need to hear from department heads before we push through over a $190 million budget. And that's how East Point City Council has always done their budget. We've always had a presentation from departments, from direct reports, and we keep saying time, time, time. However, the city has more than enough money to be confident in approving a very solid budget rather than trying to push something through. So that is my ask of council. I'm hearing June 23rd at, what about 6:45 p.m.? 7 p.m.? The other council members, if we could just settle in on a date, I think that would be appropriate at this juncture.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I hear the conversations about setting the special call meeting, and I just needed to know if legal needs to be there on the 23rd. I cannot, but the 22nd and the 24th, if legal needs to be there, is open.
Is it, thank you, City Attorney Wiggins. Can you provide representation or is it possible for you to provide any feedback that we can review in that meeting so that we can have your voice heard in that discussion if necessary?
And you're saying feedback regarding the legals budget?
Yeah, or the legals budget or any legal budget or anything else that you feel would be.
That's a very open question.
I hear you.
But with respect to the legals budget, I certainly can provide feedback ahead of time.
Okay.
If there is any. It's very possible that we're fine with it, and last I looked, we were, but I can provide representation to be present because it is a budget meeting and there's not going to be voting at this meeting. Is that accurate?
No voting at this meeting, but we would need your
input.
It would be definitely helpful if we had your input at that meeting or legal's input at the meeting. Thank you.
I will work on that and report back if there is availability.
Thank you. So we, on the 23rd, right, at 7 p.m. doesn't work. Do we want to do something first thing in the morning, or we have work? Okay, so we're going to have the special call meeting
Madam Mayor.
on, someone talking, Councilwoman Hemming.
A quick question for you. So, the current option before us is the 23rd at 7 p.m. And would there be an option for Wednesday, the 24th?
I probably can't do, we're in the process of scheduling a meeting in the community for that day.
Okay.
So we can't do the 24th. So it sounds like the 23rd might be the best option. Councilman Mitchell, do you have a question? You can't make it on the 23rd. Okay, how many people?
And I just want, Madam Mayor, for you to know, I am going to leave my appointment and be here as quickly as possible. There is a possibility that I'd be late on the 23rd, but starting at 7 would make it so that I wouldn't, delay the meeting much. But I just want you and council to know that I would be coming from another engagement that concludes around 6:30.
Okay, 7 p.m. for the special call meeting.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to have a special called meeting on June 20, what's that? I'd like to make a motion to have the special called meeting for the budget discussion on June 23rd starting at 7 p.m.
Okay.
Second for discussion.
Councilwoman Caldwell. Councilwoman Caldwell.
I guess two things. We want to make sure that we're clear on the ask for the special call meeting so that departments are included in that discussion, but also wondering if we could have the itemized report for that meeting as well.
Prior to the meeting?
Or presented at the meeting, presented to us at the meeting, since we wouldn't be doing a vote, but just having that information.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor to have it on the 23rd, and then we're in discussion. And you want to make sure that we have the agenda. So is there an agenda that we just want to share with itemized ask for the city manager?
Madam Mayor, if I may, if we could do the motion in two parts. Could we first do the motion just to confirm the date and time, and then could we come back with a motion that would define what our expected deliverables are and the format of the presentation?
Yes, so, yes, that's, okay. So we have a motion on the floor to have a special call meeting on June the 23rd at 7 p.m. The motion is on the floor. Did we have a second?
Second.
We have a second? Okay, a second. And then, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries.
Madam Mayor, if I may make a second motion,
Okay?
that the following format is followed, and it includes our direct reports and their director level or deputy level staff. Following this format, a presentation that includes an overview of fiscal year 26 accomplishments and completed projects, a data-driven presentation. The second item would be their FY27 proposed budget, itemized with an overview of projects and key asks. The third portion of their presentation would include any major changes from fiscal year 26. And then finally, the fourth element of their presentation would be their ideal state budget. No, that's not what I want to say. What I would like to say is their any remaining items that are not in this proposed budget that would allow them to deliver services at the FY26 service level. Help me. So,
Do you want to add to that now?
I do.
Councilwoman? Go ahead. So right now we have 4.
And I'd like to add a fifth element of the education and training. Education and training, what did it look like for, I would say, 25, 26. And then if that department or division had any grants to assist.
That's good. I accept.
Okay, so,
I'm-
any more, go ahead, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, thank you. So, I want to be mindful.
I just want to make sure we got a
Okay.
second.
Second.
And one of my colleagues just mentioned that having some caps on times for each of these presentations might be necessary in order to, have a productive meeting. So if there's a council member that wants to add that, I'd be willing to support it.
So that'll be option number 7, so we had a meeting length at an hour and 30 minutes, but we want to, cap per presentation, okay, go ahead. So. Go ahead, Councilmember Mitchell.
Oh, so I missed the ask. Are we hearing from all of the department heads or direct reports?
So do you want me to?
No, 1 second. So I was going to say that, so I know my colleagues had questions. And I know we want to be mindful of our time and how we're using it during this meeting. I think we had more specific questions. I had the question around defining line items. I know personally for the council budget, I know that could be a little bit cumbersome to do it for everything, but I know particularly like identifying what, professional fees were and where's our training money and things of that nature, I think would be helpful. And also, I think if we have specific questions for Mr. Redman, if we can somehow work that into it, I think we really would be here a long time if all the departments presented. Maybe there's something that they can get to us beforehand. But I don't think necessarily a lot of our questions were coming from out of each department. We kind of know what's missing with the travel and training and things of that nature. I would love to sit through those presentations, but I just think we would be here to the next day. If we could narrow the scope, because I know we do have really specific questions. We've been mentioning those to make use of the time, the most, be efficient with the time we're going to be here. I know we're trying to find a uniform approach to that, but maybe there's something they could send to us beforehand or put in you said make a document or whatnot, but send that to us beforehand and we could review. So if we did have questions, we can use that time to ask them those type of questions, if that makes sense. But I'm just thinking it through as we sit here, because I know that's, it could be a lot for one night. And then I would rather have some of that information before they present during that meeting. But I'll yield for right now. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just as clarification, I just wanted to, I mentioned earlier tonight that there are video presentations of 90% of the departments. Each department went through line item by line item with the city manager's office and finance department. Those video presentations for one department could take 2 hours. And we have 17 departments.
That's what I needed to know.
So I just want to be clear on what the expectations are. If you have, I think I've already wrote down 5 different items that each department would go through, and we have 17 departments, and the line items aren't like yes, no answers. I think this is something that would not be able to be done in one evening.
Okay. I know we had some trackers and some items that were put in place by certain council members to kind of track ask the questions that we had overall. Have those trackers been revisited, and can we use those as a benchmark to come to this meeting, even if it's just a response back to those trackers? That will help me with clarification, because I think we've taken time to consolidate a bunch of questions and things. And if those questions can be like, yes, no, we're working on it, this is the day that we'll come back to you with this information, that would probably be helpful. In addition to, in my opinion, the ask 6, 7, 8 questions that we have now for the agenda. I think we spent a lot of time putting together tools and questions via email and trackers, and I just would like to see, I think that will help us wrap it all up to have those questions answered. Otherwise, we're just kind of like floating in the wind. I'm sorry, we have Councilwoman Caldwell.
So just kind of going off of what Councilmember Mitchell was saying, and before I even go to that, yes, we've used tools and sent questions via email that have not been answered. And so I think it is important that we hear from the departments specifically to answer the question around what is needed that's not there, just so that we understand. And when we go through this process of adding, amending, cutting, or whatever, we know what we're doing and why, and the impact that it's going to have. If there's 17 departments, keeping it at 5 minutes, I think what Shalor did tonight was probably less than 5 minutes. That's 85 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes to hear from every department. Keeping in mind, us, council, that we want to keep questions to a minimum, but just hitting on the point of what are the accomplishments, what are the modifications, or what needs to happen, but most importantly, what's not here that should be here, so we can have a fruitful discussion with you around how we can move things around. And then given some time to direct reports, it's 4 direct reports, we could still do another 10 minutes per direct report and get through this in 2 hours, potentially, if my math is mathing right.
Ambitious.
Martin Rogers.
Yeah, and so the things that Councilmember Hemming said, maybe we can shorten it to just 4 focal points. And that's an overview of the accomplishments, the itemized projects, the key ask in education and travel. The key ask from the departments.
It's a year 27 proposed itemized project key ask.
Right. Just let them speak on what they need.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So the
Yes.
4 items could be, say it again.
Well, she started with presentation, overview of accomplishments, itemized projects, key asks, major changes from 26. Then I added education and travel, and I also included grants, because we do have some departments that go after grants, so I would be interested to know. I guess that could be under accomplishment from FY '26. So maybe we narrow it down to 4 key asks and move in that manner.
Do we want education and traveling for 2025, 2026?
No.
We don't want that. So we don't need the, do you have the grants? Want to add the grants or no? No grants.
So it would be overview of accomplishments.
Okay.
Itemized projects, key asks from the department in education and travel.
No, not education and travel.
Oh, major changes from FY '26.
Major changes FY '26 to '27. Oh, '26 from XY '26. Okay. So we have a FY '26 presentation overview. Number 2, a FY '27 itemized of key asks. Number 3, the major changes of FY '26. So key project ads, that's what was number 2. Yep, okay. So number 4, what was number 4?
I think you merged two of them together.
No, we didn't say we want education and travel. That's 3.
Can I make one other suggestion?
Can we just confirm the first 3 first?
You got it right already.
Okay, we got it right.
So what's our last one?
We're just gonna go with those 3.
What's number, we're not going with number 4, okay. So we don't have a number 3. We got number 4, no number 4. So we're gonna do it. Okay, we have 3?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
do you mind repeating it for the record, just to confirm?
FY '26
Accomplishments?
presentation. Oh, we have overview, so we're gonna make it accomplishments?
Yes, FY '26 accomplishments.
Okay.
Itemized projects for FY '27.
I have to FY '27, itemized key asks, so we wanna make projects instead of asks?
Yeah, sure.
FY '27 itemized key projects.
And then major changes from the FY '26 budget.
And then major changes from the FY '26 budget to date?
No, like they would be comparing the two budgets, right? So if they asked for $1 million in FY '26 and delivered that project, or, you know, those items, and then something happened in FY '27 and now they're only asking for 500,000, we'd be able to see the difference. So just FY '26, changes from FY '26.
Changes from?
Yes,
That's what we were
correct.
saying before, from, okay. All right, is there another, Councilwoman Caldwell?
Yes, I just wanted to add in, I know that the Office of Equity and Inclusion, it's recommended that it be dispersed in FY '27, but it is, or for FY '26, a department, or division, I'd like for them to present as well.
Okay, so the department that was, okay, so DEI?
Madam Mayor, once you guys get down the ask, I would ask for there to be a substitute motion to replace the motion that's already on the floor, and that it be repeated for the record so it can be recorded in the minutes.
Okay. So we'll have that department, okay. So, yes, so we can vote on this motion now? I'm sorry, if there's any other feedback, because we've... The substitute motion should come before the motion that we have already, that we're in right now?
Change the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor had about 7 things that they wanted the department heads and direct reports to come back with. Now it's down to 3, with the inclusion of hearing from the Office of Equity and Inclusion. So there needs to be a substitute motion to take the place of the motion that's on the floor.
And also the time limit, the 5 minutes.
Do I need to withdraw my
5
motion or
minutes.
make the substitute?
Anyone can make the substitute.
Hey, really quick, I'm back there. And I was gonna say, if there's any way we can get this beforehand, if this is gonna be on a form or something so we can actually have our questions ready, I
Did we
think that
have
might
the
be best.
Can we add the questions, response back to the questions that were submitted by council to the, I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just saying it's a lot to go through in one night, try to listen to a presentation and come up with questions. I think if we can somehow get this beforehand.
I agree.
So we can come prepared with our questions, I think that will cut down on a lot of this. All right, thank you.
So that is now the third element of the substitute motion, is to require the presenters, department heads and direct reports, to email, I guess, the council and the city manager and the clerk a copy of the report. Compiled into one document to be distributed to the council by Friday the 19th. So someone please make
Quick question. I know you said Friday the 19th. I can't account for people who, because that's the off day for folks.
Okay. I hope that the staff, okay, I'm ready to make the substitute motion.
I was taking the report as one. So however you guys want to do it, I think someone's ready to make a motion.
Okay, and what about the questions? I'm asking for the questions, or just a response, because I feel like if we don't have those questions in front of us in the meeting, and if we don't get a response, then that will give us more time. The questions from.
Point of information.
The questions that were sent from the tracker that, I provided a tracker, I think Councilwoman Cummings provided a tracker. Some of the information that Councilwoman Hemming provided has been addressed. So is there a way to just go down the list of what the questions were and then say, yes, no, we need more time, or we're just not clear? Because I think we spent a lot of time going through that information. And so if we don't address it, my concern is that we will continue to not get the questions answered that we have and not actually pass.
Madam Mayor, if I can just say that I think that's a separate issue from you guys' desire to have an agenda or some type of format for the special call meeting. And because you have a motion on the floor regarding the format and the agenda for the special call meeting, if you can close that out, and then I think you can address the email tracker questions that was sent to the city manager as a separate issue once you close out the format for the agenda.
Understood. All right.
All right, I'm in
So
for
we-
my motion.
You have a, go ahead for the motion. Go ahead for the substitute motion.
All right.
Yes, I'm sorry,
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
see
Go
your
ahead.
mic. Please.
So we're doing a special call meeting on the 23rd, asking everybody from staff to come back at 7 o'clock and do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. That's what we're asking? Y'all, we are being inconsiderate of staff. First of all, it's going to be more than 2 hours. We're going to ask these people to come back. That's insane. That was the purpose of coming up with the spreadsheet. Put all your issues and your concerns there. It's a live document. Everybody has all the information, so there's no sidebar conversations, email, none of that stuff. Everything is there. City manager, the finance director can work through every last one of the issues that we have on there. Now, I would be cool with coming back and we go through this spreadsheet here, and they can address all of those concerns, and it'll make it easy. If somebody needs to come in, then that's fine if there's some questions or whatever that need to be asked. But to ask 17 departments to come in here and present, and I know we're going to have a ton of questions, or there will be some questions, that is insane. That is inconsiderate. Yes, we are at the 25th hour trying to get this budget done. We're trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat to get this done because we're in the process of going to GMA. So really, that's the time that we really could do it, but we can't. So we're trying to, work all this out. And then, like I said, they come in at 7 o'clock. I'm not even thinking about somebody that lives in Lawrenceville or whatever. It's inconsiderate to ask them to stay if they get off at 4. I need you to be here at 7, till 7. Then however long it's going to run. And we got to do better. We're going to have to do better. I really came up with this spreadsheet because I thought that it would kind of help streamline this process. They could kind of work through it. But I'm looking, 1, 2, 3, I think only maybe 3 or 4 of y'all even looked at it. So, I'm really trying to come up with some way. We have to think about staff that's here. I'm sorry I held y'all out a little bit, but I smelled some gas or something, because I thought we were doing good, we were gonna get out of here early. But we're gonna still try and bring it all home. But if the spreadsheet would work, and I see you guys filled it out, and I think if it'll work for the city manager, let's try and work with that, then as opposed to having these guys come back in here. That's a motion, a request, a question, I don't know, however y'all want to frame it.
No, I was saying, so, yeah, oh.
So if we could do something like that, I would love, love, love it, and I'm sure they would appreciate it as well. I yield.
I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Cummings, and I do agree. But I do have a question. When did you submit the spreadsheet to city manager?
When I sent it off, I think it was the last council meeting. I think maybe prior to that, a couple days before.
Have you received any response?
Yes.
To your questions?
Myself, Dr. Martin Rogers, Councilmember Hemming. Let me pull it up. Myself, the mayor. So people are responding.
No, I'm saying, have you received responses to your questions?
No, I haven't received responses. The purpose of it was to, and maybe I should have added another column, and they could put in there what they're going to do, what they're doing with it. You know, what their adjustments are to the budget. But I mean, he has it. It's a live document. Have you had an opportunity to just kind of look through it?
That's the point I'm making.
I haven't.
Right.
And so one of the things with the questions that come up is that they're coming from
Mr. City
all
Manager,
different.
Mr. City Manager, can we,
I still
Councilwoman
had the
Caldwell
floor.
still had the floor. Can we just let her finish her statement,
I was
please?
responding to Councilman Starr.
I directed a question to Councilmember Cummings,
And she asked me a question.
but I still had the floor. Thank you. The point of that question was just to showcase that the responses have been gathered and sent to the city manager, and they have not been answered. Now, I do hear you on bringing staff back, and that might be a bit much. I would like to, I think one of the things that the report or the Excel document is missing is what is needed from staff that is not represented in the FY27 budget. What would they like to see that's not here, so that when we start to have the conversations about what can be removed and added, we know what's going to be impactful to that department. So that was the purpose of me wanting to hear from them. But I'm not opposed to providing a one slide something that we can get the same information, accomplishments from FY26, key projects that are coming for FY27, and just a better understanding of what they would have liked to see in the budget that's not in the budget, that would prepare us for the meeting on the 23rd.
Okay, so something that we could do then, as opposed to having them come in, I'm a document person. Maybe do a form site document and ask the department heads, what are your wants, what are those needs, what's missing on the budget? That way, if they give us the information, they don't have to necessarily stand before us.
Right.
Because I'm just still, like I said, just trying to consider their time. And if, I don't know who would, if it goes to the city manager or whoever, but at least we would have that list of, what their wants and needs are, what was missing on the budget, if they really feel that they'll need to, for their section.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys are open to that, but I mean, it's something, it's an alternative to having them come and stand before us.
I agree. That's why I mentioned if we have it beforehand, and if we have any questions, then, we want them to come in and expound. But I just, because it's time restraints, I think, what was the date? We get in on the 18th, the meeting's on the 23rd. That's plenty of time to, look over it and request them if we so desire, or if it's of that importance. But have everything that you guys requested, just get that to us beforehand. And if they need to come in, I think that could be a thing also. But as Councilman Starr mentioned earlier, I know we would have really specific questions that we've been talking about. I think this meeting, and she mentioned her worksheet, so I think that's a crux. A lot of our questions, and things that we're weary of. So it may be prudent to talk those things out during this meeting. Because like you said, it's not the whole budget, it's not every department. It's very specific things that we have noticed. But just have an overview of what the departments are and their status, I think will be good, but they might not necessarily have to be here for that.
Is there anywhere in the book that I think also too is that asking the questions gives the city manager and his staff an opportunity to, I also feel like, defend what they already have in the book. So I think it would be best definitely to look at those questions, City Manager Jones, because it wasn't just Councilwoman Cummings' tracker. I submitted a tracker, and granted, my tracker probably read like an Encyclopedia Britannica. You probably didn't want to go through all of that. But at the same time, some of those things help set benchmarks and give us an opportunity to let staff respond and give their insight. So I think the tracker also would be a good idea, just to have some of those questions answered, and maybe the answer is we need to look more into that. I'm not telling you what to say, but just a response, if you can, to some of the questions that were submitted. And I'm sorry, you were you had something to say to City Manager Jones before someone raised a question to you?
Yeah, it would be helpful if the questions were presented by council as a whole. Again, what I was trying to say is that we get questions and they go to multiple different persons. Sometimes they're directed to me, sometimes they're directed to finance, sometimes they're directed to other departments. And sometimes the questions literally don't make sense.
Okay, that's fine.
And so if we can get questions from the council as somewhat of a consensus, then we know exactly what we can respond to, and we can track that.
If we go through the first round of looking at the questions and saying that doesn't make sense, we need more clarification, I think that will be helpful. Even if you don't have the answer to it, I mean, I know how hard it is to respond to things you might not have a complete answer to, but at the same time, maybe it's like can you just need more clarification or something like that, and then maybe we can come back to it respectively.
And frankly, sometimes they've already been answered.
That's the answer.
I mean, they've been answered, but then the question is reinvented and asked again.
I understand that, and I think that we can maybe dedupe some of the questions that have already been answered, but I think it would be helpful if we just get a first pass, a first round of feedback.
What? She said, yeah, okay, we can vote.
Okay, ready to vote? What is the vote? No. So what is the substitute motion now? The substitute
discussion.
I think that we need to align on what the actual next steps of order is. So, Madam City Attorney said we need to have a substitute motion. Do we have an understanding of what the substitute motion is, and is there any other ask after that? So what's the substitute motion, Madam City Attorney?
Is including, number one, the report from direct reports in the department heads regarding the, one second, I took a note.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make the substitute motion.
Do you want me to continue, or would you like the substitute
You
motion
can-
to be made?
You can yield to,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Substitute motion is that the city manager compile from the direct reports and their director level or deputy level staff a one-pager that includes their FY26 accomplishments, their proposed FY27 projects, and their major changes from FY26 to FY27 in their budget. That would be presented to council on June 23rd, 7 p.m., each presentation capped at 5 minutes. And that would include any division or office that had been changed from the FY26 budget. That is my motion. Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Second.
All those opposed? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the substitute motion passes.
That was 2 for that.
What about the tracker? Do you say, Madam City Attorney said that we could go back and revisit the tracker, so do we want the questions from the tracker to be answered as well? Okay. We don't need to. Go ahead.
Are you sure? I'll make the. All right, so I'm going to make a motion for Mayor Chapman to to direct the city manager to answer the questions that she has provided on the budget tracker. And Councilmember Cummings. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay.
We have 2 different trackers, is that correct?
No.
Mayor mentioned that she submitted a tracker with questions, and I think she mentioned that the night of the budget that she had several questions that she didn't have an opportunity to ask, and so that was sent to city manager via email.
And to have that information.
So why wouldn't we just have one source of the truth and one document that we would want to get the information from?
I think we can merge them.
Yeah, but the motion states they're 2 separate, and they could be duplicative, they could be all of those things, and we should be looking for efficiency. Again, to Councilmember Cummings' point, I just want us to also, he's got to get the answer from staff. I want to respect staff's time and all of that. So I'm not sure why we would send 2 different documents.
Madam Mayor. We have 2 different documents because the tasks aren't being completed by the city manager. So I know exactly where Councilmember Cummings was going with that first document, but the mayor emailed her questions far beyond, a couple of weeks ago, or she submitted a tracker a couple of weeks ago, and per the communication protocol, it was not answered, and then that's when Councilmember Cummings came up with a shared Google Drive document to also assist in this process. So it's not like, I don't know what is happening with the trackers or with the budget information, but I do know that their questions are being sent in and they are not being answered.
So is our rationale that if they're not being answered, we would send in 2 trackers versus 1, and they would both get answered if none of it would be confusing to staff. If we would like a set of questions for staff to answer, then we should consolidate those into a document and ask the city manager to get with the direct reports to respond to the questions.
So I think that the mayor had specific questions, whereas when I went into the document that Councilmember Cummings had, I listed all of the issues that I had with the budget. So I didn't have questions. I just had budget observations that I shared. But at the end of the day, the work isn't being done. The questions are being asked, but the information isn't getting back to council. So if we want to merge those documents, I'd like to hear from the mayor in Cummings, and I could withdraw my motion. But at the end of the day, questions are being asked via email, and they are going into a black hole. They're not being answered.
And I just want to say, I don't want to push the issue, not just because I don't care about what goes in the budget. It's that I spent time doing the best that I could to evaluate what I could see. And even if it was, Mayor, hey, look, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't know what to tell my staff. I don't know what to do. Then that would have been at least a response to say what is going on. So I don't want to belabor this anymore, because we can move forward with the presentation that was presented in the substitute motion. I do think that there is valuable information in the tracker that Councilwoman Cummings submitted, and the one that I submitted as well. If it's not valuable, if you can't use it, if it's not applicable, if it doesn't meet the ordinance or anything else, okay, but I do think when people that could be something that could be beneficial to help us track, measure the way that we, the city is, the departments are managed later on. And so for the sake of the budget, I'm willing to forego my tracker, because I think that the questions and answers that are in the PowerPoint presentation that staff will present to us may be helpful. But maybe at some point in time after the budget is presented, we can go into, because most of my questions were around tracking success, how are we measuring, setting benchmarks, and those were most of the questions that I had in that tracker, was how are we measuring success, benchmarks, things like that. And could be helpful when we do like the audit the next time, so. You want me to withdraw my motion? You can.
I guess you would have to determine if the questions that you have are relevant for making a budget decision. Like when we get into amend this, remove this, like do those questions need to be answered? The questions that I had were really geared towards more the city manager, and they were separate from each department, specifically those asked around accomplishments, their key projects, and what was missing. So I think you can move forward with getting your questions answered along with Councilmember Cummings, and I think Councilmember Atkins is on the right page with, yes, let's merge these documents. If there are questions that you want to remove because they're not relevant to the decision-making process, feel free to do that. But if but if the questions are relevant, they're not necessarily directed towards staff, maybe directed more towards city manager, they should be answered. So I'll kind of yield to Councilmember Cummings and you, Mayor, as far as if you think those questions are relevant.
That's fine, but I think, I don't know, I think when you updated the spreadsheet, you kind of put a lot of those things that were on yours, on your initial form. Are they on the?
I summarized a lot of things, but a lot of the things that I summarized, this is why I also requested to have a one-on-one at some point and have a discussion, because it might not need to get to this point. We might not need to, yes, so let's take my stuff off. I'll consolidate it with yours, and we'll just figure out how to get those questions answered at some point in time.
That's fine, Madam Mayor, but I don't want, your concerns, they're legitimate, and I think that they should be, I don't know if there's a way if you can put them on the spreadsheet, just so we can have one document.
Yeah.
But definitely don't.
Well, I add the spreadsheet. I can just add the spreadsheet.
Well, if you just want to
yeah.
add it, that's fine. I just don't, I don't want you to, like, take your stuff off. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, your concerns are just as important as anybody up here. So, I mean, to take them off and assume that they may get answered from, whatever else they present. No, that's not cool. So put your, if you don't mind, if you just want to add it there.
Yeah,
And then that way we can get it all.
I'll just
taken
add
care of.
another tab to the sheet, which is exactly what I had from before. That
Cool.
will be helpful, so we can
All right.
consolidate it that way.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for the discussion.
Yes, thank you. I withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay.
She said she didn't want it.
We're going to consolidate.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, may I ask Councilmember Cummings a question? Councilmember Cummings, do you need, what is the need? Do I need to make a motion, withdraw the motion? What is it?
At this point, I'm so lost. I mean, just try. I think the thing is, the motion would be to combine
The track.
Madam Mayor's, the concerns that she had with the existing document that we have. And if we can get all the council members to kind of, fill it out, and at least it'll be one document that he can work from. So, Madam City Attorney, does that kind of, it's just merging the two documents, having all members of council, if there's any input or questions or concerns, they can add it to the spreadsheet as well, so that the city manager and the finance director will have one document to work from.
Is that a motion? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Can you say it again?
Sure. So the motion would be to have the mayor to add her information to the existing document that is the shared document for mayor, council, city manager, and finance director. Have all of her items added to that document and to also have members of council, any concerns that they have, to complete the document so that the city manager and finance director can have one document to work from.
And do we want to add a timeline on when mayor and council need to have their add-ins and when city
Wednesday.
manager needs to reply back or respond back?
Wednesday. And I know, Madam Mayor, may I, city manager, what's a good time for you to just kind of work through that shared document?
Well, it looks like June 23rd is when everything has to be in, right? If I'm understanding correctly, you guys want to have all that information, this one page, complete response from departments by June 23rd. And so I would say that those questions would be answered by then.
And what I can do is, just so that we can track, because like I said, it is a live document, I'll just add another column that just has staff response or notes, so that way as they are making those adjustments, updates, it's in there and we can sort of do a live tracking on it.
Okay.
Is that okay? Are you good with that?
So moved.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have the motion?
No, I was gonna say so moved, but I
Okay.
guess you got it all.
We have
You got
so
it?
move. Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we can move to the next item agenda, and then we are at the audit. We've passed consent. We are at number 15. Okay, item number 16. Citywide Resident Communication Bulletin Newsletter Initiative, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yeah, so this came up during the last work session, just to see a plan from the communications department to address communication to the community. So I thought we were just going to come back and hear from that department on what that plan would look like for a specific newsletter. Oh, okay. I'll make the motion. So I move that we direct the city manager and staff to draft a communication plan on a bulletin newsletter initiative and present to council.
Second for discussion. May I direct a question to Councilmember Caldwell, please? Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Caldwell, could you tell me how what you're proposing is different from the bulletin that staff already creates?
So I think the biggest thing was the channels and how we get it out to the community. Right now, it's going out through one channel. I received some feedback from a resident that she just wasn't aware of some of the things that were going on, and one of the things that came up was specifically the tree program. So I believe that the bulletin or the communication talks about events and activities, but I don't know if it captures specific things that are happening and being discussed in our meetings that would be beneficial to residents, and then also the channels that we're using to make sure that this communication is getting out to as many people as possible. So that's what.
So could the ask be that they evaluate the existing channels and provide that input information? Because I agree that there's an opportunity to improve our communication, and I agree that there's an opportunity to do it beyond social media and email. But I do want to acknowledge that the staff do put together a pretty lengthy bulletin. We certainly could add a legislative corner or update where there are insights that are coming out of council meetings, but I think that would have to be really, clear on votes that we took, something like that. But I think, just to clarify your ask, it's about them presenting to us other channels to send out this same information, and then maybe also include a section around legislative updates. Would that suffice?
Yeah, it was a presentation on what we're doing today.
Okay.
And what that looks like.
Okay, so presentation, got it. Thank you.
Yes, and I just wanted to add that, we have multi-generations of people that live in East Point, and I know a large population of people that I represent and that live in Ward C. They are not looking at emails, but one thing that is for sure to come every month is a utility bill. They will open up their utility bill. So I was of the mind frame or mindset that we have this bulletin printed and placed in the utility bills for those people that don't want to get on YouTube, that do not want or have access to social media. They can get the information just as well through their monthly utility bill. So I guess I would like to see it. I would like to see the communication through all channels. Social media, what does it look like to send out a newsletter in our utility bill? And also, I believe we're viewing it on YouTube Live right now. So to add to what it is you're talking about, Councilmember Caldwell, I would like to know maybe the cost for sending out a monthly newsletter that highlights what's going on in our city, the different wards, important telephone numbers for residents to call. Any city updates should be a part of that newsletter. So to add to your motion, I would like for us to include a citywide newsletter to go out as well, depending on the cost of it. But it wouldn't be a newsletter that is done by our staff. Of course, we'd probably have to send that out because I'm not really sure I don't know if we have the manpower for it, but just to come back, if you could add that in with your motion, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman, that's it? Okay, so do you have your motion for the current motion?
Yeah.
And I'm agreeing with the communications audit. I think everything that we're asking for in terms of a breakdown of the channels, just a basic communication audit across all channels and what that performance looks like. That way we can, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I guess the motion would be to review the existing communication strategy, a evaluation of channels, existing channels to communicate with residents, and performance of those channels.
Second.
For discussion? Yes. There was an important component to that, and that was cost, and so that was not stated in
The evaluation
motion.
part.
It didn't say cost. The evaluation could mean like how effective it is.
Okay.
That's an evaluation, but I think it's very important that when we're talking about communicating with the various generations within our city, some of them are going to read a hard copy, some of them are going to want electronics, some of them are going to want SMS. There's a cost factor to all of those things, and so if we're going to do that, and if we're in earnest going to evaluate those things when they come to us and try to make a decision, it would be important for us to know the cost around that.
Okay. Can add in.
The motion is to request the city manager to instruct the communications department to come back with a strategy, the communication strategy, channels, performance, and the cost associated with those items.
Yes.
Okay. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Number 17, discussion regarding emergency procurement service for financial consultant to assist with the FY 2027 East Point budget. Councilwoman Caldwell.
So I wanted to put this on the agenda just to kind of get an update from you, Madam Mayor, on the reaching out to GMA for any additional contacts as a part of the motion that was made.
Yes, I did have a chance to speak with GMA, and at this time, they advised me to continue with the budget audit as is at this time. They also provided me with a website where there are links about the budget information, and that's where we are for right now. So I know that we wanted to get 3 other consultants to take a look at that, so I have not gotten to that point yet. I just had a chance to speak with GMA for where we are. That's it. That's my update.
Question. Go ahead. When will you have the update, Madam Mayor?
That's the latest that I have right now. I'll just need some more time, but basically, I'm going to take the advice at this point of GMA and allow the budget process to go on as planned and allow the audit to be done by align with the directive that was provided to the city manager to have the audit review done.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, point of information, but that wasn't the motion. The motion was to have you contact GMA because of the concerns that have been brought forth, not only by me, but other members of this council and also residents. So I would respectfully ask that you continue to gather the information from GMA, because that was the motion. Like, we still need the information. So I would just respectfully ask that we continue to move forward on that. But the motion was when do you have the motion, Madam Clerk? Madam City Attorney, do you have the motion from the last time we talked about this?
Yes, it's the motion that was emailed to me. Because my computer's dead, I'm looking it up on my phone, so I just need a few more minutes.
Okay, well, what I'll do is yield and get the motion back to Madam Mayor and place this item on the agenda because we still need assistance in that area. Thank you, I'll yield.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Do we have any items tonight for executive session?
You want to hear from me first or the
Yes,
council?
ma'am.
I have 3 litigation.
3 litigation. Personnel. Okay. Anybody else? You have?
One personnel.
And that's it? Okay.
Madam
I
Mayor,
have-
Yes.
oh, go ahead, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I have 1 legal and 2 real estate.
1 legal and 2 real estate. That's the city manager.
And Madam Mayor, if you can put me down for personnel as well, please.
1 legal, 2, 1 personnel. Okay. And then I have 1, I think it's real estate.
2 real estate, city manager has 2.
The city manager has 2 real estate, okay. And then I was saying that I had 1.
Oh, okay, so that's 3.
Yeah. Okay, 1, 2. So it's 3 real estate. May I have a motion to move to executive session with 3 real estate, 4 legal, and 3 personnel? Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor? Motion to reconvene from executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, so we're back in session. Can we have a motion to move forward as discussed in executive session regarding storm firm pay?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Second motion, move forward as discussed in executive session regarding HR committee chair proceeding with corrective action.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded.
Yeah, it was.
I have a friendly amendment. It was to the HR committee chair and the mayor.
It's a chair in executive section. I'm sorry. Okay.
I accept. So moved.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Go ahead.
I have one more. A point of information from the city manager. Did we need to provide him with a motion for the 2 things?
No.
No? Just to continue the discussions?
In
Okay.
the next work session.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn tonight's council meeting.
It's been moved and,
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the executive session minutes.
Second.
it's moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Good morning, East